Hey, what's up, guys? We are back at the stream. We are now doing sculpting instead of playing Halo every Thursday night because Halo just doesn't have the appeal anymore, and this does. And I have to get to work. Let's see if I can talk. I have to get the work done anyway, and you guys like it, and I like it, and I get to wear this cool glove, so it really makes it worthwhile for everybody. So here's the thing: there's a lot of technical stuff going on right now. I have the stream going to both YouTube and Twitch. So I have the restream chat thing up, but it doesn't seem to be working. So what I'm going to have to do is just bounce around from sculpting and then to the various chats to answer questions and things like that. I'm going to try to get to them as best as I can, but there will be probably some delay after I have to look for the stuff and then answer the questions as I'm trying to sculpt. So we're gonna go for it. We're gonna do it and see how this works out. Apparently this app just isn't gonna work, so we're gonna go ahead and close that for now. We don't need that. Super Crazy Gaming, what's up? How's it going? Bunch of people already here. Okay, so let's do a little bit of sculpting. What we're gonna do, first of all, does everything look good? Yeah, you guys can see everything. Can you guys hear me okay? Is the audio okay mixed with the music? Does that sound good to everybody? Or is the music too loud? I want to make sure we're good before we get started. Really wish the chat app was working properly. That would be so much better than having to go back and forth. Oh well. Okay. Alright, let's do some work. First, let me get my phone out of my pocket. Don't need that. Oh, maybe I'll leave one of the chats up on there at least. That's what we'll do. We'll put one chat. Where's my cord? We'll put one chat on my phone, and then I'll have to check the Twitch chat manually, but I'm guessing since this is my first Twitch stream in almost forever, not going to be that big of a deal. Also, got my favorite energy drink here because I only got 4 hours of sleep last night. So if you guys are interested in the best energy drink ever, I'm not sponsored or anything. I just want to let you know it's the sugar-free version of the blue can of Rip It. Rip It Energy Fuel is what it's called. The flavor is Power, but it's actually apple flavored, which is fantastic. Alright, let's bring up my stream on here. What's my YouTube name? Anthony's Customs. I'll get it. Come on, phone. I've only typed it in about 1,000 times a day. There we go. Alright. We're live. Alright, here we go. I'll just leave that chat up there. There we go. Was this made by you or are you using something pre-made? This was me. This was all me. Check out the stream from last week. Last week, what day was it? What day is today? Today's Thursday. So this was made on Monday. Mostly made on Monday. So here's what we're going to do today, guys. Here's the plan. We are going to refine some of this articulation. Not articulation. Anatomy. We're going to refine some of the anatomy. Some of it we're going to leave because we're going to have to cut it up anyway for the articulation. And then we're going to do some of that cutting. I don't want to do all of it tonight because obviously I don't even have hands or feet or a head yet. But we're going to do some of it. I'm going to show you kind of how that works. So we're going to finish up some of this anatomy. The parts that we know we're going to keep for sure, like the chest and the back, those don't get articulated. So stuff's really fizzy, so I might burp a few times. You guys don't mind. You'll know that I'm human and not a robot. Anywho, so we're going to do that, and then if things go well and we have enough time, which is just really dependent on if I want to do it or not, we're going to start our next head sculpt, which is the, we're going to do a Marvel Legends Cyclops head. We're going to at least get it started. Who knows, maybe we'll finish it, but those things generally take a long time. Okay, just so you know, if you're new here, if you're wondering what I'm looking at as we're going, I have my laptop over here, my tablet right here. This is the kind of tablet that has the screen on it, so I can just look at that. That's why I'm going to be looking down most of the time, then I'll look up at you guys. Mic's here, and then I have a keyboard over here on this side for all of my shortcuts for ZBrush. So that's how this all works. What am I making? Well, we're making an action figure. This is just the base body. Obviously, we're going to have to add stuff to it at some point, but you want to get the body done first. And my general plan, anyway, is to, once I have this line in production, assuming everything goes according to plan, what I want to do is have at least a few different figures. Some of them will have some bare body parts like chest and arms and things like that, and some of them will not. So we're going to need this anyway, but we also want to build on top of this for the ones that don't have that. Okay, the first thing I want to do here is fix the latissimus dorsi. We screwed that up last time we were working. I just kept fudging stuff around. Last time we were doing a very loose sculpt. We weren't doing we weren't using any reference or anything like that. So a lot of things got a little weird by the end. Actually, not a lot. It looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it. But some things did. So we're going to have to go in and fix those things. That's what we're going to do. We're going to get the lats looking better. You don't want too much of the lat peeking around. You see this bulge right here? We want to get rid of that just a little bit. I don't have symmetry on again. What is my problem? I definitely have one. Okay, so that's good there. Why do I keep turning off Actually, I know why. I was doing some low poly modeling last night to make the articulation pieces, and I had the symmetry turned off. So for those of you that were not here on Monday and you want a little bit of background about this whole situation, I am by no means an expert at this software, as you might be able to tell from all of the stuff that's all over the place on the screen. If we look over here, there's just menu after menu after menu after menu. Oop, we don't want to do that. After menu, and I am, like I said, not an expert. There's a lot I need to learn still about this, but I know enough at this point, and you have to start somewhere. And I know enough about anatomy and that kind of stuff. I mean, you guys have seen my sculpts before, so you know, I'm gonna talk it through as I'm going, and I do have some information that might be helpful to you people out there if you're interested in getting into this kind of sculpting. But you know, don't expect me to be like one of the Pixelogic tutorial people, because I just don't know. I don't know some of the stuff. One of the things that was looking weird with these lats last time was not only the butt, but the area just above the butt, because I could not remember what happened here and here, and I remembered since then, and that would be that this part right here wraps around and inserts over like this way on both sides. So we're going to fill that in a little bit, and I will be using some reference today, even though a lot of what we're doing is going to get cut up. I'm going to be using some, because we did most of the blocking in last week. I'm not going to bother showing you guys the reference, because you know, you don't really need to see that, and my resolution is not great right now. You guys are probably, I mean, I know you're only getting 720, and 720 is not great, but let me bring up the reference though so I can see what I'm doing, because reference is helpful. Okay, so we want to bring up, if you're curious what I am using for reference though, at least right now, I have a few just random images, but I'm looking at, one of the primary things I'm looking at is the Raphael Grassetti stuff. He's done a lot of work for Sony. I think he's their lead character designer, maybe. Something like that. And he's got a lot of good stuff, a lot of good reference material. This one that I just opened up is garbage. Not from him, it's a different person. We're going to open his back up. Look at that. Look at this one. Okay. We really want to bring those lats in a little bit more, I think. Yeah. Yeah, so we're gonna be just fine. One thing I should probably point out is, while I know a lot about anatomy, I don't know all of the names of the groups. Like these little guys right here, I can't remember them. I did know these things at some point, but I don't remember a lot of the stuff at this point. And it's not, you know, it's not necessary to know the names, obviously, to sculpt them, but it is nice to know that kind of stuff. So I would definitely encourage, if you're interested in sculpting, I would definitely encourage some anatomy studies. Do some sculpting or drawing, and that'll be very helpful. And definitely look them up, use some books, use some internet. These guys right here. So this character, he's not supposed to really be that bulky, and right now he's starting to get kind of bulky, so we're probably going to end up adjusting that as we go. And the good thing is it's actually fairly simple to do that, because once you get all the anatomy in here, let me show you for instance. So like, let's say we don't want him to be nearly as cut as he is, even though we haven't done a lot of the details on the chest yet. If you don't want him to be that defined, just go over it with your smooth brush, and he automatically loses a little bit. He's gaining body fat as we go. And then if you want to smooth it a little harder, he's gained a lot of body fat. And obviously you'll have to adjust your sculpt some, but it's actually not that far off, because what it does is it averages out the peaks and valleys, so it brings up all the low spots where he's cut in between the muscles. It just gets rid of that. So that's one way to do it. But I'm not going to try to take down a lot of the definition. I'm just going to try to trim him up a little bit, because you don't want, or at least I don't, for this character, want a particularly bulky guy. I don't know. Here's the thing. In the line that I plan on using this design for, I plan on having bulky characters and then not bulky. But I think what I want to do first is the not bulky. But we'll see. Kind of getting into the detail stuff just a little bit. I just want to kind of mark that so that I remember to do it. Okay, how do those look now? The lats look a little bit better, but they're still kind of weirdly shaped. But we're going to be cutting, so for the articulation for this, we're going to be cutting right around, like, kind of like right here. Something like that. So that's going to screw up this whole region a little bit. And then around the back, I might have to cheat and bring the lats up a little bit to get the articulation to work the way I want to. And so it's going to have a diaphragm joint kind of like that. So I may just pull the lats up some, even though they're not really supposed to be that way. So that's another thing I have to mention, is that this is not by any means an anatomy study for perfect accuracy. This is definitely going to be a little bit stylized, and obviously we're going to have to cut stuff up. So for instance, like up here with the arm, even once we start to add a little bit more detail, obviously for the shoulder that's going to look nice, but we're going to have to cut it at some point for the articulation. So it's kind of a balance of what you want to sculpt and what you want to not sculpt in terms of what you're going to do for the action figure. But we know we're going to need to have our abdominal articulation. I keep saying articulation, but I don't mean that. What I mean is anatomy. So we're going to deal with the serratus muscles right here. That's these little guys right here next to the lats. There are a bunch of these guys. They go all the way around here following the lats. But you don't see them. They're under the pecs, and unless the person that you're dealing with is exceptionally low body fat, you probably won't even see these three. You might see two, you might see none in most people. And then these guys here, I'm not sure what these guys are called, but these guys also, you don't see many of them. So we're only going to have like probably 2 or 3 showing for the final sculpt. But we're just going to kind of get a little bit more detail in here, because we are going to keep most of this part right here. I should probably re-dynamesh too. Let's go ahead and do that. We want a fairly high resolution. I'm already at 296. That's probably going to be okay. Yeah, that softened it up just a little bit. I'm probably, well, yeah, I could probably do it, but I'm going to go just a little bit higher. I may not need to. I actually went a lot higher, but whatever. Whatever. It doesn't really matter. I'll be, that's one of the other things I need to mention is this is never going to be, like a game asset or something like that. So I'm going to be able to get away with stuff that I normally wouldn't be able to. I just need to make sure it's clean for a 3D print. And then that's the case, and we'll be just fine. And it shouldn't be that big of a deal. You know what? I don't really want to have it like that. I probably don't need to even do a remesh. Or I mean, Dynamesh. Let's just take it back. It was alright the way it was. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I don't care. Another thing worth noting is no one's anatomy, like no two people have the exact same anatomy. If you look up like a reference, bodybuilders for instance, they are not going to all look the same. Lots of bodybuilders have different shaped abs. Some of them have abs all over the place, like they don't line up at all. Some of them line up perfectly. Some look like comic book drawings, some don't. So you really have a little bit of wiggle room in terms of that. And that's one of the reasons I don't like using a lot of reference, because then you end up just making whatever you see rather than something that's nice and new and the way you want it. So good to use the reference for, you know, putting stuff where it belongs, but not everything is written in stone, I guess you could say. Like right here, we really don't want that much definition, just because I don't want this guy to be like ridiculously cut. It just doesn't really make sense. But you would have your obliques coming in like right around here. We'll put them in a little bit. Let's see what the chat's up to. It's one bad thing. Without this app working, I can't see the chat while I'm working. What's the toy line name? I don't have one yet. You guys have ideas, go for it. Matt Morlock, are you commenting? People are saying stuff about Matt. Matt's the guy I usually play Halo with. I don't see Matt on here though. Oh, there he is. You suck, Anthony. Thanks, Matt. I appreciate it. It's awesome. Alright. While I'm looking at chats, let's check the Twitch just in case. There we go. A couple of people are talking on Twitch. Link Chief, are you going to be building the joints in ZBrush? Already built the joints, most of them anyway. I did some low poly Z modeler stuff and built the joints up. They're very basic joints, but still. So I did that. And Darkness Z1991, what's up? Thanks for tuning in, guys. I appreciate it. We got a couple of viewers on Twitch, which is nice because I don't normally stream on Twitch, so trying to build that audience up. The way things are going on YouTube, you never know. You never know what you're going to end up needing to do. So I'm covering all my bases. Let's why is our focal shift like this? There we go. One thing I need to do is rename the subtool. It says Deadpool because I was goofing around and I put a Deadpool head that I sculpted. I put a Deadpool head on there, but that is not what he is. So we're just gonna call this male body. Don't want anybody getting the wrong ideas there. There we go. It is not Deadpool, I promise you. Not Deadpool. And the reason this whole region doesn't have really any sculpting at all is because it's definitely not going to be naked. We don't need to put his special parts on there. There's just really no need for that. It's going to end up being clothed in some capacity, so there's really no need. One thing I did want to do was move out. This is going to help both in articulation and in sculpt. I want to reshape this rib cage just a little bit. Bring this in a little bit too. Yeah, that's starting to look okay. He's a little bit too cut up, I think. I don't know, I can't decide. What do you guys think? Should we keep him pretty cut, or should we not? And I also need to be a little bit careful when I get over here because I know I'm not going to be keeping most of that. I need to bring up my reference. Where did my reference go? Where's the good reference? Where's the good one, not the bad one? Okay. So the thing about the pectoralis is you have the major and the minor, the big one and the little one, and it's like basically the same muscle, but they have the different lines in them, and you need to just kind of make sure you're going in the right direction. It all inserts over here underneath the armpit, but you need to have the lines just moving properly in order for it to look right. I don't want it to have like super striations in there. I just want a little bit, especially since this is going to be an action figure. We don't need it to look ridiculously realistic. I know what's wrong with the abs. I was been thinking about it as I'm working. It's good to move around as you're working so that you can kind of figure out what's going on. They just didn't have the right curvature to them, the individual muscles. So we're gonna pull these out just a little bit. Man, I love my royalty-free music. It just makes me so happy. You guys like the music? Alright, so we can go ahead and just kind of smooth that out down there. I think if we do this, need to tone that down a lot. That just looks weird. Pull that in. That seems okay. I think that looks okay. What do we want to do for the back? We do have to adjust the back a little bit up here. So this muscle group right here, the traps, the trapezius, they are crazy big muscles. They go all the way up this way, around to here, and then all the way up to the base of the neck. I have it pretty much where I want to keep it. Looks okay. Just want to move a few things around. actually not too bad. I'll probably just leave it mostly like that. So then these two, last time I don't know what I was thinking, but actually I do know what I was thinking. These two guys right here, I was saying that there was probably another muscle right here, but it's just this back part of the deltoid. So we don't really need to worry about that. We have everything we need. I'm just gonna reshape it just a little bit. I want to add a little bit more because I'm going to be cutting it here, so I think I want a little extra deltoid on the back part where it inserts over by the scapula. So by having that back there, once we cut it for the articulation, it's going to give us just a little bit more plastic, a little bit more meat to work with. I think that'll be a good idea. One thing that bothers me so much about a lot of the figures we get these days is that these muscles back here, there's just like lumps of muscle all over the place on the back, and obviously that isn't even close to what it should be. So I want to make sure I get the muscle groups down pretty much how I want them. They don't need to be perfect, but they need to be, come on, they need to be recognizable, I think is a good way to put it. And then you have your clavicle or your collarbone. That's a little bit too far over probably. That comes all the way over to the shoulder. From all the way over here, all the way over to the shoulder. And the interesting thing about that is you really should be able to just almost see it from the back. Where this dips in right here, you should just almost be able to see the clavicle from behind. So I should probably have a little bit more meat on the back of the deltoid. And again, not every human is going to have the exact same anatomy. I mean, the muscles are going to be there in some capacity, but they're not always going to look the exact same. Okay, so one thing we're also going to want to consider once we start to get here into the shoulder region, and you can kind of see I've kind of worked toward this as I was going. This is going to be a ball hinge, so it's going to need to be at least fairly round, because what we're going to do is, well, I can go ahead and bring one in now, even though we're not going to use it yet. It doesn't matter. What I want to show you is I will bring in a hinge. So the hinge is probably down here by his feet, yeah. So what we're going to do is you're going to end up having a hinge in the shoulder, obviously, because we need to have that movement in the shoulder, so that way it rotates around this way, then also can bring the arm out this way. So that's going to go somewhere in here, probably like right about there in terms of where the arm is. That's actually pretty much how it's going to be. You're going to need the articulation somewhere like that. I mean, obviously I have to adjust the sculpt and figure out where I actually want the ball to be in terms of how far in or out, because you need it to have enough clearance, you need to hollow out the torso, but it's going to be something like that. Okay, so you can see how this is kind of sticking up here, so you're going to need a little bit more meat up here, and then you can probably, the whole arm's probably going to get shifted in order for that to work. But we may end up doing something with that, but for now we are not. What I can show you, another thing is what I want to do, well, You guys want to see more articulation right now? Let me check the chat. Let me see if you guys want to see more articulation. The hips are not done at all right now, Randall. You're asking about the hips being narrow. They're really not, because if you look, they're not too much narrower than like the inner rib cage area. So it's not so bad. Will I color the model in this program? Yes, probably. Will I be making a comic book? No, I don't think so. I don't know, somebody else asked something, but I can't find it now. Okay. I'll go ahead and throw in a little bit more articulation. We're not going to actually cut it up and put it in yet, but we will, I'll go ahead and put it in. Well, first, let me, I really don't, okay, here's what we'll do. I'm not going to actually put every little piece in because, like I said, we have to do more stuff first. But let's go ahead and bring some more in. So we can go ahead and bring in one of these guys. Oops. Let's zoom out a little bit. It's not going to stay there, don't worry. This is going to go roughly right there, but it's also definitely definitely not where I want it. So that's gonna be, it's probably a little high actually, but that's okay. We can move it down for now. It's gonna go somewhere like that, and then we're gonna have it, the body's gonna be cut, like I said, it's gonna be cut like right around there-ish. Yeah, so actually this can go a little bit higher, but we're not leaving it here anyway. So that'll go like that, and then this will be hollowed out. So this whole area will be hollowed out inside, and then the peg will connect in there, and then this area will kind of be hollowed out and then have a plug for the peg to peg into. We may get to that tonight, I don't know. We'll have to see how everything goes. And then, oh, I can go ahead and bring the hips in to show you guys that. I'll just replace that ball peg for now. So the hip articulation is going to be kind of like this. And that's one of the reasons I haven't really done much with the hips yet, is because as far as sculpting goes, because we're going to have to, well, let me get this shrunken down and then I'll explain it to you. Probably going to be pretty close to that, I guess. So what we're going to have for the hips is, I guess we'll leave it like that. So the hip area is going to just be a total floating piece. The whole crotch is going to be a soft piece that just floats. Then the legs are going to have a socket that pegs into the ball peg, and then this is going to peg in just underneath that other ball peg. So the whole torso will be able to move around on this ball peg, and then the upper torso will be able to move around on this double ball peg. Could be a single, we'll see, doesn't necessarily matter. And so this is going to be cut, obviously this isn't the sculpt, but it's going to have a cut something like that. So that's going to be the whole crotch will be floating, and then the legs will move around within that. That's the idea. Anyway, we will see if that's what's going to happen. Don't know for sure. A lot of work to do before we get to it. There's a long process here. Gil, what's up, man? Thanks for tuning in. Got that knee pad moved on your spawn figure, by the way. It's not done yet, but I'm working on it. The ball inside the body will actually do something, question mark. Ulysses, I'm not sure what you mean. How do you determine how big of a hole to make for the joint so that there's enough friction? I can show you that real quick, actually. So let's say, okay, so let's just do it this way. I'm not gonna, it's a permanent type of thing. Let me save. Get off my screen, articulation. Alright, so let me save real quick. Let's go to Z projects. If I can click stuff and save. Okay, so I'll just show you something real quick. This isn't what we're gonna do, obviously. Oops. Oh, come on. I hate this. I don't hate it, but it's not great. Alright, so let's just shrink this down a little bit. So let's say this is actually our ball peg, okay? It's obviously huge, and it's not connected to a peg, it's just a ball, but it'll be a good enough example. So let's pretend that we want to put this ball peg in the leg, and we're not sure how big to make the hole in order for it to work. So all you have to do, it's actually a very, very simple process, is you can cut it out of the piece that you're putting it into. So you're going to merge. Probably going to do this wrong now since I'm on the spot. And I might do it right. I don't know. So you can merge it, and then when you read Dynamesh, yeah, that happens sometimes. It doesn't always work sometimes. Okay, so what we're going to do is go back into our projects, grab that body back out. Where's my save? I just saved it. What happened? I totally just saved it in here. Unless I clicked no. I don't know what happened. This isn't it. This is the old one. Alright, you know what we'll do? We will do... we can just split it, I guess. I don't know what happened there. That's bothering me. It doesn't always work. That's also something that's worth noting. Okay. So we have the ball separate again. Let me get these arms back onto the body. There's actually a step you can take to make sure that it cuts it out properly. It's a Boolean subtraction. And I didn't do it. I don't normally do it, and it normally works, but it didn't that time, so I don't know. Okay, so the arms are back on the body. We have this ball here. So this ball, oh, you know what? Maybe the ball, I don't know. Like I said, I'm no expert at this program. Where is it? I'm guessing that might have been the problem. Nope. Goodness gracious. How about I click every wrong button? Okay, so now we have this cut out. If we go up here and merge down, and then if we do, why is it not working? I do have it on, don't I? I don't. There we go. See how it cuts it out? It cuts out exactly what you put in there. I just didn't have that turned on like a dummy. So obviously that's a real ugly cut right there. I just threw it on there so you could see. But you can actually make the hole the exact same size as the ball peg, or you can adjust it or do whatever you want. So that's totally up to you. Okay, let's get back to doing what we were doing. I need to split that ball out again. Damn it, I forgot to do the arms separate. That's okay. Okie dokie. Alright, back to work. I should actually, for now, let's do that. That way we're all one happy group. Alright. Okay, let's get the arms done a little bit more, and the neck and chest area, and then we can actually put the shoulders in. We can actually do the shoulder articulation. How's that sound? I think you guys might like that. Check the reference a little bit here. Let's look at the big old bodybuilder guy. He's got some definition. Actually, he doesn't. He just looks like a big old doofus. Let's check this reference material. Yeah, okay. Oh, do we have holes now from splitting those groups? We do. Oh well. I'm gonna cut it all up anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Just in case there are any though, let's close some holes. I don't think there will be any holes, but there could be. Where are they at? Where is it? I can never... There we go. Okay. That's also weld points. Just in case. I don't think I really need to do that, but... Also, let's get rid of that ball peg. Don't need that floating around in there. Let's turn that off. And turn that off. I really don't like that. I don't like that at all. How far back is this? Oh, good. Good. We actually... We're where we were just before we did the articulation. Perfect. That's good. Okay. Oops, that isn't what we want to do. You probably don't need to do all that, but... Let's check some reference. Reference is very important. I don't think you'll find a single artist out there who doesn't use reference if they're trying to do something accurately. If they're just going for style, they're probably still going to use some reference, to be completely honest. It's just what you do. You got to do it. You got to do it. I'm going to have to adjust a few things, but I think we're okay. Mostly okay. I want to get these muscles right here. I don't know what those are called right now. Is that? I guess it's still part of the obliques. I'm not sure. Like I said, I don't know every group. So Let's see. Okay. Alright. We want that to kind of go a little bit more up. I think we probably need just a little bit more meat under those lats. Yeah, we do. Don't want our guy to look like he doesn't have any skin. You generally want to keep skin on your characters unless you're making a skeleton. Oops. Okay. Let's put a little bit more of a divide right in here. Yeah, I think that looks okay. Let's do a little bit more meat in here. Now, these would actually lead all the way up to the base of the skull, but since we're not putting... Our neck's going to be not even connected to this, it's probably going to be articulated. So it's going to be... not something we can worry about. No, that's not. I probably should have some more... Yeah, it's getting kind of messy. Alright, let's get the shoulders and arms finished off, and then we can do some articulation. Now this whole area I'm probably going to end up having to rework pretty severely once we do the articulation. But I want to at least get it kind of close to how I want it ahead of time. Now this guy right here usually ends up blurring into the tricep. You don't usually see that much definition on it, but... I'm gonna leave it there a little bit, see how I feel about it. I'm making my lines kind of heavy just because I don't need to be that exacting since we're going to be cutting this all up anyway. I just want to get the... Whoops. I just want to get it on there and then we can deal with it once we cut everything up. So that tendon goes usually about halfway up. I could probably bring the triceps down just a little bit more. I'm not sure if it's necessary though. That's one habit you really have to be careful that you don't get into, which I'm into. I always end up making things bulkier. It's hard for me to not bulk out everything. I don't know why. I don't know why. Compensation for something, perhaps? I don't know. Let's see if I can press the right key. Alright, let's see how the chats are going. Let's take a look at the chats. Okay. Yeah, if you guys have questions, go ahead and post them in the chat. I will be checking it. It's just, I have to do the work first. If I had one other way to make customs besides ZBrush, what would I use? I don't make customs using ZBrush. I make them by hand. Am I gonna make a line of customizable base bodies? No way! That'd be like me making the body for other customizers to use to make customs. That would be counterproductive, I guess is a good way of putting it. That would be not great for business. That would be like McDonald's putting out a recipe book for other chains to use, that kind of thing. I keep doing stuff that really doesn't matter since this is all gonna get going. I'm gonna cut all this off. The other thing you have to consider is, since this is gonna be an action figure and we're gonna end up articulating it, some of the muscle groups need to be kind of exaggerated and slightly different than they would be in real life, just because they're not going to look right. For instance, the shoulder, it's not going to be anywhere near accurate because it's going to be a separate ball. So you're going to be able to put some of it, like, so if this is going to be where the articulation is, let's say we cut it around like that, something like that. So you're going to have a ball that pegs in here, but this muscle group is getting cut in half. So you're going to have to fake things and try to make it look good one way or another. Hopefully we can do that. I'm not liking that, but that area can always get adjusted later. It's no big deal. This is another thing, is I'm gonna have to cut the elbows up too. And the elbows are probably one of the hardest things to add the articulation to, because it's really hard to make it look right when you're adding. I mean, you have to have, like, let's say we're gonna have a peg going through here and a peg going through here. This middle area is gonna get all chopped up, and you have to make the articulation fit, but you also have to make it look good, and it's very challenging to do that. That's why a lot of companies, like the Four Horsemen, for instance, they have the ball peg, or the swivel hinge, I guess is what you would call it. So there's a peg that goes into the bicep or into the forearm, and then there's just one hinge, so it's a single jointed elbow, and that makes it look a lot better, but it does have generally a more limited range. So you just kind of have to decide where you want to go. Let's use this brush, and let's just take the bicep in a little bit. I'm not a fan of the skinny biceps. That, I mean, some guys do have generally thin biceps. They're not usually as huge as they're made to look in comics. But I, for one, hate skinny biceps on a figure. Whether it's accurate or not, I don't care. I absolutely hate it. Like that 12-inch Deadpool from Hasbro, the wrists were bigger than the biceps. That's not possible. Now the wrist does get fairly thick this, well, assuming this is where the tendons are, so his thumb would be out this way and his fingers this way. You can get a little bit of thickness side to side, but from this angle, that means the hand's going to be in line with what we're looking at. It doesn't get very thick at all. So I don't like to keep the, I don't like the way they did that Deadpool at all. And I'm going to try to make sure the biceps, oops. I'm going to try to make sure the biceps end up having a fair bit of thickness because it looks better. It looks cool. Is it perfectly accurate? Probably not. Probably not. Do I care? Not so much. I'm not doing an anatomy model. I'm doing an action figure. And then we can probably actually cut in a little bit here. Just because that's going to be where it needs to set up against the torso. I'll deal with that later once I cut that all out. I don't know. I guess that's probably good enough since we have to cut it up anyway. Okay. What do you guys think about the abdominal section and the pecs? Kind of want to box out the pecs a little bit more, but I'm afraid I'm going to make them too bulky again. I do that every time. Wow, it is storming like crazy. If my internet goes out, sorry. It shouldn't, but you never know. Let's see what he looks like in other materials. I don't know, I think that anatomy looks okay for the torso. I don't mind it. It kind of sucks that we're gonna have to cut it all up. But that's the way it goes. Does it look like... I'm thinking his chest is sticking out too far. I guess, yeah, for if he's not a bodybuilder, kind of sticking out too far. Maybe we can push it in a little bit. Yeah, that's probably better. We can actually bring this in a bit too. Actually, I like that a lot better. A lot more natural. Give the little bit of curve for the back. I'm liking the abdominal section, so I think we're probably going to leave that mostly how it is. How'd those legs look? We left the legs kind of in a weird place last time. They don't look too bad. I think that'll do. Let's see. Sometimes just different materials and different colors allow things to stand out a little bit better. I like doing that one just because it looks so cool. Colossus, right there, done, bam. Here's another thing I've noticed about action figures. I never really thought about it before. Most action figures, they don't have any anatomy for the forearms. There's almost nothing. It's just a tube almost every time. Why is that? Why is there never any sculpt there? Super J Boss, what's up? How's it going? Do the forearms look a little short? That's because there's no wrist or hands. I'm not making a bodybuilder, so I'm not going to add vascularity. Plus, this is going to be a 1/12 scale figure, so tiny, it would not show, most likely. It would be almost impossible for them to look realistic. Mr. Anime says, is there something you're not good at? Well, I appreciate the support and that you think I'm good at everything I've done that you guys have seen. But, someone mentioned that the this right here was sticking out farther than the chest. I don't know that it was farther. I don't also know... I mean, he's not supposed to have like an Arnold chest, so... And that's not... let me look at the reference. I want him to look very solid. I know a lot of bodybuilders have a lot of bulk, but they don't actually have that much strength, whereas a lot of strength guys don't necessarily have as much bulk. Anyway, my point is, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it should look like for something that I'm going for. The pecs should definitely be bigger than that, but I want him to look more trim than bodybuilder, even though he's particularly large. The largeness is kind of an exaggeration so that it comes across, all the muscle groups come across nicely on the figure, and I don't know how much of that I need to maintain or not maintain. You're probably right that that it should stick out farther. I just don't want him to look like he's got giant pecs. So that's what I'm a little bit worried about. But see, this region right here doesn't look too bad, so I don't know. Let me try to bring the pecs out a little bit. I think that'll probably do, especially once we cut it up. I think it'll be okay. It's not like we can't adjust things once it's cut up either. That'll be more than doable. I wonder if we should cut up the arms or should we cut up the torso first? I kind of want to do the torso. How do I have two male body? Did it just replace something that it's not supposed to replace? I swear it just replaced the plane. Did I save it under the wrong... How the hell did I do that? I don't want that. Well, it's too late now. Oh, man. So now... Did I get rid of... I'm gonna have two of those. Where... Why is it... I don't know what's going on. Why? What is happening? Okay. So, Control S. We're saving it. We're gonna save it as male body. We are in Z projects. It needs to save. Go over to yes. Better be in there now. This is bothering me. So that's the male body, but it's not replacing it. I don't know what to do because I'm afraid if I close this, I'm going to lose my work. Let me try saving it as something else. Unless there's like a folder I'm not aware of or something like that. Like I said, I don't know everything about the software. Yeah, that's this. Why? How is it? So now it's here. It replaced the plane and the body, but then a second ago it wasn't there. And that's the same folder. Whatever. Whatever. Who knows, right? I don't know. Mr. Anime, did you do a super chat? Is that a super chat? I don't even know how super chats work. But if you did, I appreciate it. Thanks. Awesome. Guys, I should mention, if you use Twitch, it would be kind of ideal to go over there and give me a follow, because I am going to start using Twitch a lot more. That's the plan anyway. Obviously it's going to take some time to build up that audience, but that's the plan. Do you have a particular idea behind the toy line like G.I. Joe, Transformers, etc.? I do have an idea. It's... If you got that buff, you'd be hella vascular though. No, that is not necessarily true. There are lots of guys with large muscles that are only slightly vascular. They don't necessarily have that. In fact, vascularity has almost nothing to do with buffness. Of course, you get more vascular the more you work out. It builds up your vascularity, but vascularity has almost everything to do with body fat, not necessarily how big your muscles are. And if you'll notice, this guy isn't exceptionally cut. He's exaggeratedly cut for action figure sake, but that's about it. Yeah, it will be printed in pieces. That is correcto. I totally have to figure out how to get this chat thing to work properly, because having to go to two different chats and not having it up on the screen is bull. It is bull. These abs look weird now after I moved stuff around. Shoot, my abs are all off. Alright, so let's fix the abs. I want to do... Let me bring up some reference, because I found a guy, and it's awfully weird looking up reference for male anatomy. I gotta tell you, I have all kinds of pictures on my computer that if somebody didn't know I was an artist, they'd have questions. Not really, I don't have that many. Well, I mean, you'd have questions, but anyway. So that guy's abs are basically just U-shaped. But there's a lot of people with abs that are kind of zigzaggy. Now that guy's abs are in the other U shape. I wonder why that is. I know the abs are basically just a sheet of muscle with tendons holding it all together, but it's interesting to me how there are different shapes. It's very weird. Okay, so we're gonna I'm gonna try to do that kind of look, because I like that better. So what I need to do is get out my Damien Standard and do a little bit of shapey. And do some of this here. Actually, I want to bring that like that. And then this is going to cut in like this. Well, by the way, someone was mentioning the symmetry. I almost always use symmetry for the bulk of the work. And then if I'm doing something that's supposed to be more realistic, then at the end you'll switch out of symmetry and you can do individual adjustments on either side. But you definitely want to do the bulk of your work in symmetry, because otherwise you'd be spending hours and hours trying to do what you would do in traditional sculpting, which blows. I mean, take it from me, I do a lot of traditional sculpting. I have to in order to make the customs. And takes a lot of time. Okay, so we're gonna leave that like that. I wanna give that a little bit more of that shape. that there. I actually want to bring that in there. Then we can do, nah, that's no good. See, not good. So anyways, guys, I know it's a little awkward with me, not awkward, but cumbersome, I guess, with me not being able to see the chat conveniently. I'm gonna try to get that worked out. Here's the thing. So Restream has this app that gathers all of the chats into one, and obviously I'm using Restream in order to get it onto Twitch and YouTube at the same time. And so the app is a new app, and it because it's new, my Norton software keeps kicking it off my computer. Every time I go to turn it on, if I don't turn Norton off or turn part of the Norton off first, a particular feature of the Norton, bam, there goes my software every freaking time. And so I finally got it back on, and I turned off the right thing so that it would stay, and then I go to use it and it says it's working, but then it doesn't, which doesn't do me any good. So it's very hard for me to see the chats, as in I can't see them at all until I go to look for them. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like those abs. Those abs look weird. I think what I'm gonna do is go against what I thought I wanted to do and do it differently. Actually, I have to anyway because I'm cutting it here. I don't know what I'm doing. I have to cut it here anyway, so. This right here is where we're gonna end up seeing our cut. I'm gonna actually cut it out a little bit right now. Let's go back to that right there. I think. And actually we're probably going to smooth that out a little bit. But we're going to end up with the diaphragm joint right around there, and it'll actually be cut a little bit differently. Well, you know what? Let's do that now. Screw it. Let's not mark it. Let's do it. Let's do it, right? Let's cut them in half. Yeah, we'll just cut them in half and then we'll screw with it and see what looks good that way. Okay, so how we're going to do that is, there's actually a ton of different ways. What I'm going to do, what I think is easiest, is to do something like this. No, get off there. So we're going to mask off almost everything that we're going to cut. Okay, so that's all masked off. That's actually almost where I want it anyway, so that works. But now we're going to go in and do it directly. And then there's going to be a lot of adjusting. Once we get it. I'm gonna leave them on there for now. Leave the bottom of the lats on there, and then I may cut more away later. The more lat I leave on there, the better it's gonna look, but the weirder the articulation is gonna be. So it's kind of one of those weird decisions that you're gonna have to figure out. All right. So that's pretty much where the articulation is going to go. That doesn't look too bad, actually. I think that'll be okay. So we're going to go to polygroups. There's probably a shorter way to do this. And we're going to do from masking. We're going to make sure it's separated. It did. Good. Alright. Let's check the chat. I am going to be doing some of the joints. The thing is, like, there's this weird balance between cutting it up and doing the articulation and the sculpt work. So, yes and no. I don't know how much of the joints we're going to do. Right now, we're going to try to get this torso joint figured out. I don't know why. I just decided to do that first. The shoulders are going to be a little bit more of a pain in the ass, but we're going to give it a shot. Aaron, this is a new character. This is a new character for a line of figures I'm going to be making. At least that's the idea. Okay, let's do this. Let's go. Stupid tablet. Need to try to get Huyan to send me a new tablet, even if I have to pay for it. Because this graphics tablet is 1440 by 900, which is like the shittiest resolution. And the pen's not great, and their new one is... It's Aces. I really want that new tablet. It doesn't cost that much, so hopefully they'll send it to me, and I can review it and tell you guys how awesome it is, which it is. So I'd really like to get a Cintiq, but I don't think Wacom's gonna send me a Cintiq. Need to ask. I'm waiting until I hit 100,000 subscribers, because that sounds better than 93 or 92,000. Then I'll be like, hey Wacom, how you doing? Then maybe they'll send me one. All right. So what were we doing before I got distracted? Victor, you are funny. He did a super chat, which is like a you get to pay a couple of dollars, whatever you want to do, and then it gives you like a big color block, and you can see the chat. You guys can probably see it. Anyway, he says, "Hey, look, a distraction." Thanks, man. How do you get the symmetry tool? Stratosphere, are you using ZBrush? Is the printout going to be as durable as a final figure? No, because it's a resin rather than plastics like PVS or ABS or POM or PA or any of that stuff. So no, but the line will be made out of plastic, but the printout will not be made out of plastic. Did I split yet? Group split. I didn't split yet. Uh-oh. Now look what we have, guys. Here's what I want to do, though. Hey, look! It's Vance Astro. I'm gonna move the body, upper body up just cause that looks so cool like that. I'm done. I'm leaving it. We're making a statue of a guy standing there with no limbs. Okay, so Stratosphere symmetry. You can go up to here. I'll show you. It should be under stroke if I remember correctly. It may not be. It's been forever since I messed with symmetry. It's not under stroke? Well, either way, you can press X to turn it on, and that's just going to give you the left and right symmetry. But there's a lot of other symmetry. Where is it? It's not lazy mouse. It's not in the curves. Is it in there? No. Where the hell is symmetry? I can't remember now. Brush? It's not in the brush menu, is it? I don't think so. I don't think it is. Wow, I can't remember. Let's see. Stencil, stroke. Oh, I already went into stroke and it's not in there. I swear it's supposed to be in there. No, it's not in there. Where the heck is it? It's not in tools. That's there. Not in the textures. Oh. Maybe I can bring it up over here. It's under geometry? I don't think it is. I can't remember, man. You're gonna have to Google it. I cannot remember for the life of me where it is. Okay, so what we want to do is let's get the top part done first. Alright, so let's... Bam, that's gone. And now we're hollow. But what we're gonna do is we can either, or we can do a couple of different things, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna trick it. First, we're gonna just do this. We're gonna go to Dynamesh. We're gonna make sure our resolution's nice and high because I don't want to have to resculpt everything. Well, I'm gonna have to anyway, I think. I'm still kind of in that weird realm of knowing what I'm doing and not just enough to have problems that normal 3D modelers wouldn't have, which is nice. But I've only have like, I just got this software last spring, so I have like, and I haven't been able to do that much on it until recently when I decided to actually do more on it. So my the amount of work I've done on this software is tiny. I've got like maybe 50 hours total. I'm pretty happy with it is what I'm saying, so get off my back. Stop saying that guy sucks. He doesn't know what he's doing. I don't know what I'm doing. I know enough. Did it work? Did it already remesh it? No, it didn't. I turned it on. There we go. Oh goody, the resolution wasn't too bad either. How's that resolution? Yeah, I like that. Okay, so you see how that filled in that hole? So now what I'm gonna do is a little bit of that stuff that I showed you earlier. I'm gonna hollow that out in a nice circle. Let's check the chat first though, because why not? Transform palette. Is that where it is? How much does ZBrush cost? I want to say 800. I'm not sure. It's expensive. Have I done a Transformer custom? Yes, ages ago. I put lights in a barricade figure. So you press the button and the red and blue lights lit up. It was awesome. Check my website. It's one of the very first things I ever did. What machine will this be printed on? I don't know. I have a guy that does my 3D printing right now for the heads that I'm selling, but I'm also getting in contact with a prototyping and a manufacturing company, and we're still pretty far away from that, so I haven't really worried about it too much. Oh no. I just screwed up my window. No. There it is. Alright. Is everything working for you guys? Is it there? Yeah, you guys are good. Let's make sure the Twitch is still working. The Twitch is still working. Twitch people, thanks for tuning in. I know it's I'm new to the Twitchies, but you're gonna want to stick around because I do stuff occasionally. No, every Monday and Thursday now, and maybe even Saturdays. I might ditch the gaming altogether. Great work for that time frame. DaVinci 360. First of all, thanks for tuning in, man or woman. Are you referring to my amount of work time in the software? If so, I appreciate it. Okay, so let me focus. Here we go. This is why I need the chat on this window, so I can actually see it while I'm working rather than having to stop working and be a fool. Also, beverage. Now I'm gonna burp for like the next 10 minutes. That stuff's so fizzy. But it's so good. It's apple flavored. The non-diet, the non-sugar-free stuff doesn't taste as good. It's a totally different flavor, even if it's the same flavor. Plus, energy drinks with sugar in them, they're like sugar drinks, not energy drinks. You don't want that. Okay, so we're going to append a sphere. And then we're going to move that sphere up. Boom. I should learn the hotkeys for that. I'm just going to go down here for scaling because for me, it's just easier. I still need to figure out the whole thing with global and local scaling with the transpose tools. I have the darndest time with that. I really like this upper body sculpt, guys. I'm leaving it even if it's too bulky. I don't care. I might trim it down because I don't want it to be too bulky. Alright, and then the offset we want to do with the Y, I believe. We want to go up. That's right where we want it, but now we need to move it over. So that's on the X. No, let's rotate. What am I doing? Oh, that's not X. What am I doing? That's Z. That is on the Z axis. Told you guys, I don't know what I'm doing. This guy's a clown. What a joker. He doesn't know what he's doing at all. Okay, we're almost right where I wanted, actually. And then I'm going to cut that sucker out We're good to go. And we're going to move them up just a little bit. No. Why is that? What? D. Oh. I don't want it on D, I want it on Y. I keep selecting the wrong thing. All those strokes. That's almost perfect, guys. I might just do it like that. Because you don't need as much cut out of the top as you might think. We're going to try it and we're going to see how it works. Actually, here's another thing we can do. Turn that off. That's going to cut it just enough. And then I'll be able to screw around with the edges a little bit more. All right. Good. Also, I could be doing this an entirely wrong way, but or at least not the best way, but it's going to work. It's going to get the job done. And ZBrush has like 1,000 ways to do everything, so no worries. Now all we do, fingers crossed, I should be going down to something else and making it a Dynamesh subdivision or something like, not a subdivision. Where is it? There's a thing in here. Union sub, is that what I'm supposed to do? I don't know. I'm not doing it. No. Why didn't it work? Oh, I have to merge it down. What a dumbass. Okay, merge down, then drag it out. There we go. I'm so not paying attention. Plus, I told you guys, 4 hours of sleep last night. I'm not firing on all cylinders. Cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it out. Yes! Boom! Look at that. Look at that. Now I get to put the peg on. Boom. Peg goes right in there. We have to resculpt it a little bit. Oh yeah. I should have shouldn't have done that. I should have just smooshed it out first. Not paying attention to what I'm doing. I don't think I can go back, can I? I can? I thought I wasn't able to do it after merging down. Whatever. I'll take it. Oh yeah, let's get that back in there. Oh, it's already. Let's split that then. Okay, and then we're gonna divide that up. What is that? The hell is that? It's probably the, yeah. Okay, so what I want to do actually is make those all the same. Nah, I don't have to. Or should I? Probably should. We'll do it in a minute. Let's get this guy divided first. I thought I had a divide thing up here. I need to change my layout so much. I screwed it up, my interface. When I first got the software, I changed some stuff and I don't like it at all. I need to go back in and fix it. Where are we at? Where are we at? Geometry. And divide. And let's do one more for good measure. Yeah, that'll work. Alright. Let's hide the legs because I want to not see them. Let's cut that on. Let's go up here. Let's do merge down. Okay, let's do this. Why the hell did that happen? Oh, I know exactly why that happened. Suck. Oh, now it's not gonna let me go back. I knew I should have done that. I didn't think about it, and now I should have done it. That was stupid. Alright, let's do this again. Gosh, I should just do everything 5 or 6 times, different ways. Okay, so now we have to go to polygroups. You know, I did this last night to test it all out, and no problems at all. But that was already at like 2 a.m. and I was still working, so I drank a bunch of coffee. Then I ended up staying until 6 a.m. And now I got no sleep, and now I'm doing everything wrong. What is all of that shit? How is the... How? How is that not split? Why did that not split? There we go. I feel like some of the problems that I'm having are just, they kind of just happen sometimes. ZBrush does have some intricacies that are problematic. Alright, so what I'm going to do is get rid of that. We're going to merge everything together because I am tired of screwing stuff up. You guys can see anyway why this could take forever. So now we're going to do Control W. Now it's all one group. Okay. Wow. Let's talk about doing everything like the hardest and dumbest way possible. And we'll be good. I'm thinking I probably should move that just a tiny bit before I cut it out. We're going to go to the Y. We're going to move it up. Like right there. Good. Okay. Okay. And now we turn that on. Here we go, guys. You know what? Before I do anything else. Did it actually put it in there? Well, I don't understand what it's doing. I just saved it. Control save. Z projects, male body, save. Yes. Project successfully saved. It's supposed to be in here. Male body, not updated. I don't understand. If anybody out there happens to be watching this is familiar with ZBrush, do you have any idea what's going on with the saving? I don't know. I've never had that happen before. It's not saving into demo projects. But where the... What the hell? What the shit? Shit. I mean, I gotta get one of those in there. Oh, well. Okay, screw it. Let's just keep working then. Okay, we have that set for the Boolean. We're gonna do this. We're gonna merge down. It's gonna work the first time. After doing it wrong 10 times. And boom. Cut it out. Cut it out. Okay, finally. Now we're cooking, guys. Now we got this. Now we got it. Okay, I need to just clean up those edges a little bit. Ooh, those are definitely ugly. Okay, so we're gonna do, just to make sure everything's where we want it, we're going to go to modify topology. We're gonna close holes. I don't think I need to weld points, but I'm gonna do it anyway just in case, and then we're gonna mirror and weld. Now both sides should be exactly the same from that operation. Okay, now we can work. Gosh, talk about sucking at stuff. Damn. Did I start with a base body? No. Yeah, Seth from Street Fighter. I might as well have, the way I spent so much time doing that. I have the most relaxing streams, man. I'm glad you like them. I'm glad you like them. All right. Let's check out the Twitch just in case those guys are feeling left out. Oh, look. Got some comments. Double viewership, right on. All right. Does watching on YouTube and on Twitch double the stream power? Because my phone wanted me to do that when my notifications came on. Yes, it does. Definitely. You should always do that. Make sure you give me a follow, too. Follow me. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we have to just clean this up. And it really shouldn't... What did... I don't know why it screwed up my sculpt. The Dynamesh shouldn't be that way. Well, it's okay. So what I want to do now is just clean up these edges a little bit. Alright, now we can actually go in and do a little bit of sculpting to clean this all up. And, but first, well, kind of want to cut a little bit more out. Also kind of curious if ZBrush would give me a little bit better. I don't really need that. Let me try doing ZBrush right now and just see what happens. Come on, ZBrush. You had one job to do. What are we looking at now? Definitely cleaner. Yeah, I think we'll leave it like that. Okay. Now the question is, do I want to hollow out this area anymore? I don't know if I need to. Although, it can't really hurt. So we're gonna do that. The less plastic we use, the less it costs for people to buy. The idea is to get people to buy these things. So, we're going to hollow it out a little bit more. It might help articulation. And it won't hurt articulation. And it shouldn't be too hard to do, because now I've done this about 1,000 times. Size. Nope, don't want to change the size on that guy. I'll change the size on that guy. What I'm going to do this time is make this kind of egg-shaped, and that should allow me to do what I want to do. Actually, I might be able to get it to do what I want to do by just making it slightly smaller. I think that might work. So we're going to go ahead and move this sucker forward a little bit. I think right there. Yes. Now if we make it a little bit smaller and then move it up a little, that's going to do what I want it to do. I think, why do I keep going to rotate? I'm not rotating. It wouldn't do any good. Oh yeah. Need to move it back a little. That's what I wanted. Alright, that was a great idea. Whoever had that idea, they should have more of those. I think we're actually going to leave it there, because that's even better. Okay, so this time we're going to remember to go ahead and divide out this sphere. I wanted to make a nice clean cut. I don't know if I need to have Dynamesh on for the sphere first. I think I do. I don't know. Doesn't matter. We're gonna make it higher. Oh, yeah, I don't care. High resolution for that. Doesn't matter. Go ahead and divide it. Make sure it's nice and smooth. Cause why not? Make sure it's gonna cut in there. That's definitely gonna give us enough motion. Actually, I could go move it over a little bit more. Even. Let's do that. Let's offset to the Z. Let's do... there we go. What happened? Where'd it go? Clicked something I wasn't supposed to. Okay, so we're gonna move it up just a bit. I think a little bit forward, and then we're gonna go ahead and cut it out. I'm in rotate again. Goodness gracious. Alright, that's good. I like that. We're gonna do that. Okay, we're gonna move this guy up. We're gonna turn on that. Gonna go up here. Gonna go merge down. That. Gonna go to Dynamesh. I'm gonna raise the resolution just a little bit. The wrong button. Cut it out, please work, please work. Doesn't always work, even if you do it right, so fingers crossed, everybody. Yes, okay, it left a little bit of ugliness because there was a little extra there, but good, that gave us a little bit extra room. Yes, that is good. That is very, very good. Very, very good. Alright, so first thing I want to do is this, and I don't think I need to do anything. This. Alright, alright. Clean all that up. Shouldn't even be that messy. It's really not. That's nice. Oh yes. You guys see? This is coming along. I think I'll probably clean these edges up a little bit like this, just so that they... it might look better to have... What do you guys think? Quick poll. Do you guys think I should leave the anatomy such that at this diaphragm joint you can actually see the muscle groups kind of sticking out on the edges to hide the seam a little bit more, or should it be a smooth seam? I don't know. I think I'm leaning towards having some anatomy there. What do you guys think? I mean, I need to clean it up either way, but what do you guys think? Quick poll. I know there's a delay, but I'll wait. Well, no, DaVinci, as far as the saving goes, I'm saving it where I want to save it. Like, it's going into Z projects. I want it to save right into Z projects over the previous file, and it says it is, but then it's not actually updating that file. So that's the issue I'm having. So far, people are saying let's have the anatomy showing. That's what I'm leaning toward. So that's probably what we're going to end up doing. Just a little bit, not a lot. I'm not going to do that one of those crazy cutouts that we see on some of these figures. It's just wacky. We're not doing that. Okay. I think we're all good. I'm Heatseeker says hello. Hello, sir. Or woman. Not sure. Alright, so we can just do a little bit of move brush here to do what we need to do. We need it a little bigger than that. Need to clean this area up for sure. Is there a hole over there? Where I saw a hole. Also, let's pick a good mesh color. I like blue, but I don't want to use it. Screw it, we'll use blue. Where I saw a hole, but maybe I didn't. Okay, so let's pull. Yeah, I think that'll help it to look nice. Ooh, we ran out of music. I need to play the music over again. Where's my music? Streaming. Stream playlist. A. Nope. Control A. Oh. Let's use the. There we go. Needs that music. I saw that hole again. Is it actually a hole is the question. I think they are holes. Well, that's no good. So what we'll do is we can just do that. I should have closed them up, I think. I actually like the I like what we have here so far. What I do want to do though is polish this out just a little bit because we have a little bit of a lip. I don't know if you guys could see that. A little bit of a lip. You know what? Maybe if we put a little color. Let's use green. I don't know if you guys could see that, but there's the tiniest little lip all the way around from where I smoothed it. I'm just gonna very carefully, very gently polish it away. And up front it doesn't really matter so much because we have all those curvatures. There's some curvatures over there. Okay, should we go ahead? Let's go ahead and let's bring his better half back into the picture. See how that's all oogly now? So now what we're going to do is the opposite of what we did before. We cut out with a circle. So now we're going to add a circle and then cut out with a circle and then add a circle. You'll see what I'm talking about. And again, this might be a crazy way of doing it, but it's gonna work. I know it will. And it's gonna look cool. And I don't know any other way to do it. I don't know any other way to do it. How come? Alright, well you know what? Let's close any holes we have. Oh, I'm so stupid. Working on the wrong subtool again. Bad, Anthony. Alright, so now we're gonna bam. Now we're even. Now we're symmetrical. Let's hide this guy for now. Let's append this guy for now. Let's do some deformation. I could just type in a number, but it's easier to just do... Gosh. I swear, guys, I am never gonna not sleep again. I can't brain. Can't do it. The only problem is I almost never get enough sleep, and there's no real solution to it because I have too much shit to do. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna move this around and actually use the move tool to mush it around to where I want it. We're gonna go ahead and we're just gonna get a little bit of division in there. Actually, we need to dynamesh it anyway. We want higher res. Okay, so we do still need to sculpt the abs, I know. We're gonna, but just not yet. Right now, what we're creating is, why is symmetry not on? What we're gonna do is make the top part of our abdominal section. Probably work in the center of the screen. It might be helpful for you guys to watch. I think what I'll do is probably bring out a brush to actually sculpt this guy away a little bit. So this is going to be the part of the figure that goes inside that hole we cut out. And obviously we're going to reshape it more, but we're just getting it pretty close. This should be working much faster, but I probably have it too dense to work better. It's something I do very often. Okay. We're actually going to be cutting a big chunk of this out again anyway, but I want to get it pretty much where I want it before I do what I'm about to do. Okay, and then I also want to do a little bit of, let's just do, I don't know if this is going to make a difference or not, but we're going to just kind of hide these guys, and then when I dynamesh, it should, actually, they're probably going to stay in there no matter what. Isn't really ideal. There we go. I don't understand what the problem is. Get out of here. Okay, well, you know what we'll do is we'll do this. It should work, I think. No. No. Am I still masked? Is that why I was having that problem? I am still masked. I knew something was funny. Whatever. Just... Oh my goodness. This is not a good showing. So we'll have to resculpt a lot of this now, but it's okay. We had to anyway. And that's kind of what I was talking about earlier, is you don't know how it's going to end up being when you cut it. So you can see now, what we'll have to do is... Yeah, I definitely have way too much of that lower body in there. But I also need to move it around a little bit to, there has to be a gap, obviously. So let's do that. Deformation. We're gonna go with the, okay. And that's too far. That's probably good right there. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and use the move brush, and we're going to reshape that green bulbous part right in here. We're going to reshape that just a little bit. We're going to bring it down, then I'm going to cut it out, and then I'm going to put a socket for the ball peg in there. So the reason you want that cut out is so you have that big cup. There's going to be a big cup. It's going to be that green thing like this, but it's going to be carved out, and then you're going to put the socket in here, and that gives you plenty of room for the ball peg to move around. A lot of companies just leave it that big. You get that big block, and then you get the diaphragm joint up above there. They put a ball peg here and a ball peg here, and it's really short, and it has no place to go, so you have just a little bit of movement. But if you cut it out, add a little socket in, add a socket in down here, and then have this whole area hollow with a longer ball peg, you get all kinds of movement. And that's what we're going to do. What do I think of Titan Toys or Jazbro as the name? I'm not naming the company. The company is still just Anthony's Customs. The line of figures is going to need a name, something kind of like the way the Four Horsemen have the Mythic Legions. I'm going to have to come up with a name for the line like that, or like the Marvel Legends, some kind of name for the line itself. Naming them Jazbro doesn't work, or Titan Toys or something. Alright, let's do this. I am going to be cutting most of this out, but I want to get it pretty much where I want it first. Because we need to have... Oh good, the front actually, look at that. Look at that, I don't know how well you guys can tell. But there's actually some decent clearance in the front already. Lined up nicely. The plan worked, guys. It took me forever to do it because I screwed up pretty much every step of the way. That was an execution issue, though. The plan itself, flawless. Let's go with flawless, I think. Sure. I so hope that in practice this actually works. And I'll show you guys how we can test it. I probably won't be able to do that today. But it's going to take some effort and some time. But are those holes? Are there holes in there? There are holes. Freaking holes. Get out of my stuff. Will this close them? I sure hope it closes them. Maybe. There we go. Let's do that. Cool. Holes be gone. Alright, this is looking good. This is looking good. Actually, it's not. We need to do something about this. Right now, we're going to end up with an 8-pack. While 8-packs are cool, bro, we don't want an 8-pack. So we're going to bring all this in a little bit more. Okay, you know what? I'm tired of looking through you. Okay, now what I'll do is some of this, just to get it. Where we want it. I think that'll probably be good. Come on. We may have to puff it up a little bit again, but I wanted to, it was way too high. So we're gonna move it back up. Let's go this way. That should give us enough. I think that'll work. In fact, it's still probably too much, to be honest. Too much of a hump. Okay, I think that'll work. You know what we can do to test it? Alright, first let's do... We're gonna put ART in it for articulation, and it better freaking save. Okay, now we're gonna add in the double ball peg. And that should allow us to see what kind of clearance we have. I can go in and clean this stuff up more later, but you guys don't need to see me do all that. It's just boring. It's even boring for me, so I know it's boring for you. A lot of stuff you have to do when it comes to sculpting is just a lot of minutia. We want it probably, this might even, the peg might technically be too big, too long. Although, I have a lot of room, and I did want it to be lower, so let's... That should be good. I think that's where we want it. So we're going to leave that right there. And then what we're going to do is a little bit of tricky shit. More of the same stuff we already did, actually. It's not so tricky. Every time, I forget to select the new thing. Every time. Let's check the chats. Let's check them. Sculpt Masters, that's a cool sounding name. It is a cool sounding name. Armin Windsor is a cool name indeed. Don't know if we'll go with it, but it's cool. Extraordinary Heroes, also a good one. The Marinator, good call, good call. Keep collecting. I get where you're going with that, Arthur, but I don't know. What is that half glove for? Oh, the half glove. It is so that because I have the tablet where I have to actually look at what I'm doing and it's glass, if I don't have this, my hand skin will catch on the screen and make it not smooth. So this nylon will makes it slide very smooth, and it also just keeps me from smudging up the screen. And I feel cool because I look like a superhero who draws. Alright, back to the work. No, I don't know what I was doing again. Eyes. Boom. 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 I did not want to rotate. We want to now move him up. Probably too big. I think that's good. So what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to make sure that when you do lean the torso back or forth, that we're not going to end up with a big gap. And so what I'm doing with the green balls, I'm going to be cutting out the top of that torso, that abdominal section. So I need to make sure I don't cut out too much. That's the idea, anyway. And I'll end up probably... We're going to be adding some more meat to the abdominal section, so it should work out in that regard. So let's cut that out. I think that's good. That should give us more than enough posability. I think, guys, I think it's going to work. Problem is, I've done that before, and it didn't. I'm going to try to not make the ball Dynamesh first, just out of curiosity. I don't know if it's going to make a difference or not. But what we should do is... How did we get to 3D 3D model. Oh, that's where I pull my stuff from. Okay. Subtool. It's underneath the legs, which is where we want it. So we're gonna put this on here. Go up here. Gonna go to merge down. All right. So now we go to. Need to make sure my Dynamesh is where I want it. What's our res at? Where is it? Res is at 800 still. That's fine. Don't care. And moment of truth. Haha! Hot dog. Hot dog indeed. It worked perfectly. Now you're probably thinking, oh crap, the ball peg's just floating around in there. Remember, we have to have another little nubbin in there to hold the ball peg in place. That gives us tons of mobility now. Realistically, it can just be flat across, and that's fine, and I can just add that in. Doesn't really matter. But I did want to have that perfect cutout to give the ball peg lots of room to move. So right now, let me show you. I can show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so there's our ball peg. It's seated in the torso. So now it can move all the way over to here. All the way over to here. Lots of movement. And so if it was just a tiny one that actually started right around up here, it could only move a little bit. You know, it'd only have a little tiny range. Whereas now we have... Oh, come on. Alright, I'll just draw another one because I don't know what I'm doing. So now we have all of this extra range for that torso to move on. Tons and tons of range. It's actually not centered right now. The ball peg's not, so I need to move it forward some. But the ball peg... actually, I probably should do that right now. Why not? You want it right there. That should give us the optimum range of movement. Let's do this. Let's see. Bring it forward. Bring it back. We should be good. And what I could do to test it is to actually fuse it to the top, but I don't want to do that right now. I'll do that some other time. Alright, let's check the chat real quick, because I need to get a drink anyway. Is the character's identity a secret? No, it just has no identity yet. Are they going to be sold to the public or limited supply type thing? Well, it's going to start off as Kickstarter, and there will probably be some inventory of some other way. I don't know. I'm going to try to do it something similar to what the Four Horsemen did with their Mythic Legions line. That's the idea, or what those guys from the Foosh are doing with articulated icons, except not having a million problems. Hopefully, it could happen. It does happen. I understand. So we'll see. If I botch a batch, I can call it Mayfex and no one would notice. Burn! Sick burn, bro. That's a good one. Poor Mayfex. What about your gaps, Anthony? How's this sculpt going to do with those? Or have you not gotten to that yet? What gaps? The holes I found? The little tiny holes? I closed all those. Not sure what you mean by gaps. And that wasn't a dig at articulated icons. I'm just saying I hope that that's not something I have to deal with. I mean, this is a very... Whoa. I almost spilled my beverage. It's a very complicated thing, making a figure. You know, you have to hire people to do it. Can be a problem. Let's put this guy back up and see how... I think this is gonna work. I think it's gonna work. I think I don't need quite so much ball peg. Let's do this. It is possible to have too much movement. There are good ways for me to be able to do what I want to do right here, which is to connect these two things together just to try out the movement, but I don't know how to do them. If you guys want to back the Kickstarter and just be supportive, what you're doing right now is it for now. You know, just get those views on these videos, give the thumbs up, give the subscribes, give the follows on Twitch, do all that kind of stuff. The more support I can get on these things, the more productive I can be in doing these projects, the more streams I can do, which means the more work I can do, and it's just helpful for everybody, and it costs you guys nothing. All you gotta do is click it, smash that like button. No, we're not gonna go that route. I spit on the screen too. Okay, turn that off. Let's see what kind of groups we have. It should all be one group at this point. Tis one group. Okay, good. That is good. Yes, yes. This is not one group. This is many groups. This is not good. I don't know what that accent is, by the way. You can not bother trying to figure it out because it really isn't anything. All right, we're going to go like this. All one group now. Good. Now I can split stuff up as I need to. Okay. 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 Let's go. Let's move this up. I'm going to merge these two so that I can move them around on that peg and test it out. And it might work, might not. I don't know what I'm doing. Testing. I haven't done this before. But I like the way it looks. You know what I'm going to do, just because I don't trust this right now? Not Z. Not Control Z, you dumbass. I'm not trying to undo. Alright, we're going to do Control S, and we're going to save a spare one right here. Just in case. Just in case. Alright. Now that's connected, which I may even do. I may not make it a ball peg on the top, because you really don't need a second ball peg. If your first ball... Well, here, I'll show you. If your ball peg works properly, which I'm assuming this is going to... By the way, you see how we have a little bit of a big gap here? That's going to be closed off with some more sculpt. Okay. That'll be okay. Trust me, it'll be okay. What were we doing? Oh yeah. So if your single ball peg works properly, you don't need a double ball peg for the torso. One ball peg will be more than enough. You don't need to do that shifting motion that the double ball peg allows. It's redundant. It doesn't add any quality to the articulation. So what I'm saying is I may leave that kind of thing like that. A single ball peg in there will be fine if it works. Let's see if it works. Is that already where it needs to be? Let's try it from the front first. No, stop that. Go right in the center. Draw that up. Back out a little bit so we can see. Alright, so let's see how this works. Nope, that's not what you want to do. Yeah, that's not what I'm trying to do, so we're going to turn off the symmetry. Alright, so it needs to be higher for more range side to side, although that's not exactly terrible. Could definitely be better. It needs to be better. So that means I need to drag out that ball peg more. Seat it lower in the lower torso. And then let's try it over here. Right about there will be good enough for now. We should have a lot better range going forward. Oh yeah, it's not even done moving. The forward range is basically that. So that's a really good crunch. And there's only the tiniest little gap back there, so that's good. So forward and back is good. And then let's see what back is like. Back should be a lot more limited. That's back, which is not great. But we're going to have more abdominal sculpt in there to hide that, so it's not bad. Okay, so forward and back, I think we're good, but side to side needs a little more work. And there's one easy way to do that, and that is, we lined up, yeah. So what we can do is simply cut up a little bit more on the on that upper torso. Cut some right here, or we raise the peg a little bit, or extend the peg a little bit, so that the body, instead of turning like this, it will be longer, and it'll actually push the body over farther. That's the idea anyway. This is ZBrush. It's not for drawing, it's for sculpting. Okay. So what we're gonna do right now is just block this guy because he's an asshole. Hey. Twitch people, those of you that are on Twitch, I'm not neglecting you. You're just not in the chat. You're not active, so I don't have to say anything to you, but I do appreciate that you are tuned in. Thank you for being tuned in. Make sure to give it a follow if you don't mind. Alright, so we need to do something about this side-to-side motion. It is not good enough. I think if I just drop the peg lower, that might work. Alright, so let me see if I can split these without anything going crazy. Oh. Oh. ZBrush, you did it again. It split my ball peg up too. That's no big deal though. You silly ZBrush. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to make this peg longer. Story of my life. Okay, I don't know how to do this. I don't think. I might know how to do this. Yeah, that's not it. That's not even close. What if I do? Let me go to here. If I mask all. This might work, it might not. I don't know. I don't know. I wish I was one of those people who've been using ZBrush for forever and knows how to do all this cool shit. I don't. I don't even know how to do some basic shit because it's all very complex. Alright, so what I'm going to try to do is extend this shit without changing the ball. Well, that's definitely not it. Okay? So that one goes. Let's see. That's not it. I'm on scale. I don't want to be on scale. I think move will do it. Yeah, that's what I wanted. I don't know how far to do it though. We should probably put this back on so we can see what we're doing. Alright. Figured it out. Alright, which one did I grab? This? Or this? This. Alright, I can't go too far down because we're going to need another ball peg. Somewhere in here. So that's probably it. Let's give that a shot. All right, get rid of you. Let's clear that mask. And topology is kind of crazy now. I think if I Z remesh though, I could have just done it without the balls on. That would have been so much easier. It even split it up for me already. Oh well. Let me see if I Z remesh. It should keep all my topology, like my creases and stuff. I think. I don't know. Let's see. Keep groups. Don't have any groups. Freeze borders. Freeze groups. I don't think I need any of that. I don't know. Let's try it and see what happens. What? Actually, I think that's fine. I think that is okay. Let's do this. Alright. Alrighty then. Okay, so now what we want to do is get all this stuff off the screen. Big. Okay, so now that that's a little bit lower, what should happen is, let's see how we are. Well, that actually worked out nice. It's nice, guys. It's still not even sunk into that hole I put in there, which is good. That's fine. Now, you know what I need to do while I'm here, while I'm thinking about it? I'm not sure if I ever did this. Close them holes, weld them points, mirror and weld. Every time you do that Boolean subtraction, which means you're cutting out something using a sculpt, you need to do that. And I'm still going to clean up these edges. I just don't want to do it right now. Okay. Okay, let's do the moldy. Let's do that. Okay, first, that green is like the perfect Hulk green, guys. Maybe I should just make Marvel characters. Somebody buy the license for me. Okay, we're going to save again because I'm going to screw shit. Alright, now we're going to merge. Okay, so now we're going to see if that has helped our articulation crises. It might have. We want rotate, get off of there. There's a way to just move it around, but I like to just draw fresh ones. Okay, let's see if we have better range now. Only a little bit. Not much better. Not bad though. I mean, side to side is like... What do you guys think? I think that's not bad. Does it need to be more? I don't know. Like the hips are going to have really good posability. I think that's good enough because there's going to be another ball peg right here that lets the rest of everything move around too. So that is going to definitely be enough. Get off my back. You guys are so mean. So mean. Let's put one here and test it out too, just for fun. Okay. Forward goes. Forward articulation. Oh, I'm going through. I'm clipping the. I'm clipping the thing. You can't go any farther than right about there. That's not far enough. Well, actually, it's not bad, especially since you're going to have another ball peg right there. I think that's okay. And then going back. That's about it, going back. Yeah, that'll work. So the combination of the two ball pegs should accomplish the task at hand. Perfect. Now we need to split this back down. What I actually need to do, I'm not going to do it right now, but I need to take this ball peg and actually cut out the hole in the top and the bottom. But the first thing I need to do is add our nubbin in down here. Yeah, you're right. On Lurin, you are right. Having the double ball peg will allow it to shift a little bit, and I am going to keep the double ball peg most likely, but you really won't need it. Once I have the second ball peg in, it's going to be able to do tons of crunchiness, because the lower torso, the abdominal section, I'll show you on here actually. The abdominal section will be split. So that ball peg's there, and then we're gonna have a split somewhere like that with another ball peg in here. And actually, well, it doesn't matter. And then it's gonna come down and have the ball pegs right here. So this whole section will be a floating piece, and this one will be able to lean around on this ball peg, and this top one is gonna move around on these double ball pegs, and it should be a good time for everybody, I think. So good call though with the double ball peg. Yes, that will help. And my plan is to leave it because there's no point to take it out, to be completely honest. It doesn't make it cheaper or anything like that. So you might as well have the extra articulation if you can get it in there. All right, we're looking good. We're looking good. Okay, let's check. Let's check the Twitter. The Twitter? It's not Twitter. It's Twitch. What a dumbass. He doesn't know the difference between Twitter and Twitch. A little bit of a lisp and there wouldn't be a difference. Actually, that's not true. Okay, let's do the thing that I mentioned. I wanted to do the thing. So here's what you can do. There's two things. I could just bring in another ball and merge it in to give us that. Why is this peg? Why is the peg not straight? I need the peg to be straight. Did I mess it up when I was moving it around? Torso's not straight either. I just didn't do something I was supposed to do. Let's see if I can get it back to being square. Cannot. Well, you know what? It's a good thing I had a save. I don't want to try to figure it out. Let's try the quick save first. Oh, well, that's not what I wanted at all. Uh-oh. I did the wrong button. Light box. Okay, this is from just before I extended the ball peg. Looks like. It's fine. In fact, I don't know if I even really want to do that. I don't really... Yeah, let's go ahead and extend it just a little bit. Oh, it's doing that because I see. We'll just do it the way we did it before. Why not? Wrong button, but that's okay. No, that's not okay. Screw it. Okay, so let's do some of this. This is definitely not the best way of doing this, but it'll work. way too high. Alright, that should be good like that. Yeah, that'll work. We should probably test it though, just to make sure, since I had to go back on my save. I'm a doofus. Once again. Okay, let's save it on here again, just in case. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and merge this down and test this out. Should work now. Okay? Okay. That's not long enough for this side. Well, I guess it's not terrible. I don't really mind that. A little bit longer would be better. We can do this much easier since it's already separated. Actually, let's leave this one on too, just so we can see where we're at. What happened? Okay. Now we'll do side, and we're going to work on the Y plane, and that should just extend it. Oh, I don't know why it does it like that. The Y-axis, I said Y plane. Alright, let's move that up just a little bit more. Because I don't need it that long and I don't want to change. Alright, and now we can move the ball down a little bit. There's probably a much easier way to do this, but alright, that should give us probably even too much, if I had to guess. That's actually that is possibly like the perfect placement in general. You see how it's got just enough to hold it in place? I'm gonna test that out and see, but I would not be surprised if that works. Might need to raise it up just a tiny bit. Actually, I should probably just do that right now. Yeah, we'll do that just a little bit. I just want this centered. Not that it matters. It wouldn't make a difference, but we're gonna do it anyway. Close enough. Alright, so let's test this out now. Okay. Alright, that'll do that. That'll work. Okay, so let's do that, and some of that, and some of that. And we're going to do it again in the backup just because I don't trust. I don't know why it's been saving funny, but that's what we're going to do. Will I ship these worldwide? I suppose. I don't know. I'm probably. You're guessing the stream did really well the other night. Yes, it did. Lots and lots of views. Lots of watch time. It was like 200 hours worth of watch time. And it was a 2-hour stream. So that's pretty awesome. Monday's stream did hover around 100 viewers. What are we at like right now? Probably like a lot less. Let me see. A lot less, right? Peak was only at 56 this time. It's like people were excited the first time and now they don't care. Oh man, we're at 126 hours though, so that's not bad. I know we ran a little bit longer, but that means more people are watching longer, so that's good. Yeah, I mean, we'll get more views. That's how it works. It's all good. It's all good, man. Okay. Okay, so now what I want to do is work on this, getting this guy wrapped up over here. So all we need to do is a little bit of what brush do I want to use? We'll use this. Doesn't matter really, I guess. Okay. Do we have symmetry on? We do. Now that I have drag rectangle on the intensity, it should let me drag out. Not sure what it did. What's it doing? Oh, it's not enough intensity. Okay. So let's... Will that help? Not enough. Why is it not doing more? Maybe it's the alpha I'm using. What happens if I use this one? Not much at all. Okay, why is that doing that? Is it the focal shift? No, it's not the focal shift. I don't know why, but that's okay, screw it. And maybe it's that. I don't know. Okay. Oh, that's the alpha. Okay, you know what? Why are you so negative? Yeah, okay, we're not gonna do it. I was trying to do it a fancy way, not gonna do it that way. I don't like that. No, I don't want that. I don't want that. Stop doing that. The thing is, you need it to be seated. You need to have enough material to hold the ball peg in place. But you also need to have enough room. This area right here determines how much you can actually move the ball peg. And actually we can just test that right now. It's easy, super easy. Has nothing to do with the top half at all. So I drag. Okay. So now we can really. Oh, that's the problem. We should put it on here. That's where we need it. Alright, let's just this. I gotta look up the transpose stuff. Okay, so let's see if that's gonna make it. Ah, look at that. Look at that. It's beautiful. You see this? That means we have enough room. And you see this? That means we haven't hit it yet. So it's going to give us the full range going forward and back. Well, forward anyway. Let's try back. Oh, that makes me happy. I thought it would work. It's almost like I know what I'm doing. I don't, but we're close. We're almost. Let's see how much room we have back here. Not as much, but going back is also not as important. That's a pretty good range right there, and that's just about the max of it. So actually, that's a good way to tell us how much of this hole actually needs to be a hole, which is actually really helpful. So I want to see something. So if I come here and I do move, nope, stop that. If I move this up, and then if I come back here and do, haha, okay, perfect. Okay, so we're gonna go do that. We're gonna leave that where that is. And we're gonna move. We're gonna move this. We want as little hole as possible because that's what creates gaps. You know, if you have too much of a hole up there, every time you move the torso, you're going to be able to see inside and see gaps. So you don't want that. So we can go ahead and bring that up a little bit more. We're going to be able to fill that out. I'm going to leave a little extra room just in case. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring it forward. Although actually the forward was pretty much where we wanted it, right? Pretty close. Let's go ahead and move it just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay. Now let's go side to side. And that's already the limit pretty much. Geometry still on? It is, so that's good. So now we can go ahead and bring this guy up a little bit. We're gonna leave a little extra room because there's actually a little bit more room in there. All right, I think we're cooking, guys. I think we're doing all right. We're doing all right. Now what we need to do is resculpt those abs. I think we're not gonna have time. See how long this stuff takes? You end up spending forever. Forever. Like Sandlot. Forever. You spend so much time doing so little. I mean, it seems like a little, but then you end up getting it done. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and finish up the ab area right here, and then we're probably going to call it there. We'll see how long it takes. I don't know. And then we'll do the shoulders probably next time. It'll go faster and faster as I do this. I've never made an action figure before, believe it or not, using ZBrush, so it's going to take some time. Randall, what? Wow, Randall White says, these streams are awesome, not only entertaining, but educational as well. I added some emphasis for awesome. Call me biased. I'm glad you like them, Randall. That's awesome. Thanks a lot. Gabriel Nunag wants to know where the penis is. Ask your mom. Oh! No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to sculpt a penis because he's going to have clothes on. So, don't need to sculpt a penis. Don't really want to. Marina Raberucci. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you're getting some tips. Like I said, I don't know a lot of the official stuff on ZBrush. I'm learning as I go. I'm watching a lot of other streams and tutorials and things. I know a lot. I mean, I got this far, which is not a little accomplishment. I'm very proud that I'm able to do this. But there's like a billion times more stuff for me to learn. So if I can bestow any knowledge, I'm happy to help. And of course, if you guys have any, I'm happy to hear it. The Marinator. Take it easy, man. Thanks for tuning in. Will the setting of the ball peg in the character be dependent on each articulating body part being halved and screwed together? No. The reason I'm doing it this way is because the bodies are all going to be, or the torso, this thing here, and this thing here are going to be solid chunks. Unless I end up making a skeleton for up here, kind of like Storm did. I don't really want to do that though. These are going to be solid chunks of plastic with the pegs just going right in. I don't want to use the harder plastic and glue them together. I don't like that design as much. This can look much better. I think it's cheaper, and you can still get just as good range out of it, and you can get better sculpt out of it. And like I said, I think it's cheaper. So that's what I'm going to do. The only time you'd really want to do the two halves thing is if you're going to use an ab crunch. There's really no need to do it with this kind of articulation, and the ab crunch is a lot more limited. This will give you two swivels, two ab crunches essentially, and side to side movement, all in just two ball pegs. Well, a double ball peg here, and then a single ball peg here. Way more effective range of motion than an ab crunch and a swivel, and it looks much nicer. So that's what we're going for. You've been doing pretty much the same thing I'm doing, but you're way less skilled, and it's mind-opening to see how you make things work. You know what? It would probably be less mind-opening if I'd stop screwing up. I actually know more than it looks like I do. Like I said, I didn't sleep at all. I'm running on caffeine and, I don't know, stream adrenaline. So I do apologize for all the mistakes. It's probably not helping you at all. Um, okay, gotta block another person, or at least I'll put him in timeout. Oh, hey, we got a new Twitch comment. I'll get you in a second, man. Hang on. Hey, Nameless Ghoul. I don't know what your deal is. I'm just gonna give you a timeout because I'm not sure you're trying to be vulgar, but you're definitely being vulgar. How will the ball pegs be set into the holes with them being that deep? That's how ball pegs have to be. They just get pushed in. That's all. The plastic is gonna have some flex to it. It'll be PVC. I might go with a palm, but I don't really want to do palm. There are problems with that. There are problems with PVC also, but it's going to essentially work kind of like a NECA. A lot of the NECA figures, at least the older, actually none of the older ones did, kind of like their Predators in that they have the ball pegs in the torso. It's also, what line of figures has this articulation? I know it exists somewhere. Play Arts have something similar to this. It's just how it is. It'll work. Trust me. I sound like one of those kids in school who scored 98 on the test and went, damn it, I did terrible. I never said I did terrible, but I was a fairly good student. Not that I like studied all the time or anything, I didn't. I read almost no books. I mean, I read the books as much as I had to in college, in high school, but it doesn't take me much to absorb stuff, so college was awesome for me. Not like I partied or anything, but it wasn't a big deal. Anyway, do you wish there was more book sources on this subject? There's a lot of stuff. Even Pixelogic's website has a whole series of videos that tell you, what you can do and how to do stuff. There's a shitload of them, to be honest. A whole bunch. Okay, back to the Twitch comment. Did I see the pic of Dragon Ball figure having an extendable bicep when you bend the elbow? Yeah, that's the figurize thing, and that's just an extra hinge. It doesn't actually accomplish anything. I mean, it's not bad, it's fine. Especially if you're talking about the current figurize where it's like a slip joint for the elbow. Some of the older figures had like a thing in the elbow where when you bent it, the hinges would pinch together. But that's it. Will these figures be a set line? I'm not sure what you mean by that, a set line. You mean like a set of figures? If that's what you mean, then yes. Didn't you say you were a teacher or something in one of your Q&As? I am licensed in education and U.S. history / government / social studies / geography / all of that. So yes, I had double major of education and those topics, which can just be called social studies for lack of a better collective term. It was actually called integrated social studies. But yeah, that's what I did for college. I so wish I hadn't, because if I had gone to school for this stuff, guys, I'd be like a billion times ahead of where I am right now, because I'm all self-taught, and self-teaching's fine, but it takes forever, because you don't know what you don't know, so you don't know what to teach yourself. Okay, get back to work, you loser. That's not what we're here for. We're not paying you to talk. Alright. Get back to work. Put my work hat on. I'll get back to the chat in a minute, guys. Let's sculpt the abdominalis. That's not the right term, by the way. It's abdominals. Okay. We get it. You don't know what you're talking. Okay. I should. Did I already mirrored? I still see holes though, so we're gonna go ahead and plug those holes. Words to live by. And then we'll do weld points just to make sure everything's good, and then we're gonna boopity mirror and weld. Make sure everything's nice and tight. Okay, now we can do a little bit of this. And remember, I still do have to cut the holes in there for the ball pegs. I'm not going to bother with that yet because I still may need to adjust things. I have them, obviously. Everything's in place, so I can do it whenever I want to. But this, by not actually cutting out the... I told you that stuff's so fizzy, it makes me burp. By not cutting everything out yet, I'm able to still adjust things, that's all. So I'm just gonna leave it for now. Alright, let's love this music. Don't you guys love this music? Unlicensed instrumental music. That is the shit. Alright. I might just stream like all night long. Who's down for a 24-hour stream? Maybe 12. I just feel like working so much. When I'm talking to you guys, or more accurately, I'm talking to myself, it's easier to get stuff done. I mean, obviously I'm slower at working and I keep making mistakes, but it's more fun. I was creating that weird ass shadow. Did you guys see that shadow as I was doing that? So here's a tip for those of you that that are also using ZBrush. When you hold shift, you get the smooth brush. Let go of shift once you start moving the brush. It gives you an alternative smooth, and it will get rid of weird little vertices and tries and stuff that will be problematic for you. It'll help. And it's a little bit softer. I mean, I know you can adjust the... I should just get rid of this. I'm not talking into the mic in the first place, so it's not like... You're not going to get any of that anyway. Okay. Yeah, so just let go of shift. So hold in shift, so you see how the smooth brush comes up there? So you hold in shift. Once you put your brush down, let go. See, not holding shift anymore, still smoothing. It's the alternative smooth. Sure. These guys down here, should I do it? Should I do it? I guess it doesn't matter. Alright, let's get these abs done, yo! Are there more holes? No, no more holes. Okay, so we're gonna use the Damien Standard. That's great for lining stuff up. Get our abs. Maybe we should put this guy on. Yeah, that almost lines up perfectly. We don't want that, we want... I don't understand. What's the difference between dots and freehand? I don't see why dots is a good thing. But people use it, so there's got to be a purpose. I don't know. Why am I using such a tiny brush? It's gonna look weird for a second. Don't worry. I'm just rebuilding all that mass that I took down earlier. We have plenty of extra room up here. Oh, I still have my Z intensity way too high. That will also make it look weird. Look at those abs. Look at those abs. That guy's got lumps in his abs. Oh, also, I'm using clay buildup, and I'm not used to that. That's why it's acting funny for me. That's why it looks like I suck. Hulk's secret is he's always angry. My secret is... Fuck. What I may end up even doing. I don't really want to do that. Never mind. Never mind. What I can do, move this guy up a little bit. Moving it up shouldn't really affect the pegs too much. It'll do it a little bit, but not that much. But right now, we have a fairly sizable gap, but it looks way big, but if this was an action figure, the gap is not that big. Like you can see, not so bad. And I'll be able to kind of adjust that a little bit still too. In fact, let's go ahead and adjust it now. Yeah, let's get some of our anatomy in here. Some of that anatomy that we lost. The abs don't look too bad right now. Not in love with them, but I'm not hating. These abs look like shit, but yeah, they look bad. I take it back. I am not in love with them because I hate them. I know why. They should be more uniform. We shouldn't have two skinny ones and two big ones. Sometimes things get weird and you just have to start over. Let me get some reference here. Where'd my reference go? Lost it. Let's check this one. No, he's got the long kind of abs. I don't like them. Let's check this one. Okay. You know what's making it look funny right now is this whole region is like too long because of the anatomy, because of the articulation, because of the anatomy. The anatomy is no good. That's because you suck. Right now. Okay, we are going to cut in some new abs here, and then they're going to come down to here. And bring them out a little bit like that, and then these guys are going to follow the same thing, and then we have this. It's not perfect, but we'll be able to make it work. Don't lose hope. Everything looks like crap until it doesn't. That's the rule of sculpting. There will be a moment when you're like, oh, that looks good finally. And until then, you're like, wow, I should quit doing this for a living. Not only true for ZBrush, it's true IRL sculpting too, traditional sculpting. Every figure I make, there's a process that starts with me hating what I'm doing, saying this looks bad. And then, at a certain point, I'm like, yeah, I did a thing, and I liked it. I kissed a girl and I liked it. Something about her chapstick. I don't know that song at all. I don't do music. I am more content listening to music like this right now than any real music. Unless it's Wayward Son. Because who doesn't like Wayward Son? These abs still look wrong. I know why. I keep saying that. I can't get it to work. They keep looking wrong no matter what I do. One little rule that I like to go by, and it's not like an official rule that anybody's ever told me, but it could be a thing. I like to get my abs roughly just shy of halfway on the pec. Like maybe a third of the way in is where I like to keep my line. I don't know if that's a real thing or not, but that's what I always do, and it works. I mean, right now my abs are all goofy, but that's only because I had to mess with them for the articulation. My word for it. Here's another tip. Life tip. Anytime someone says believe me or trust me, you should. They wouldn't have to say it if you should. You would already believe them or trust them. Alright, we're getting somewhere now. I feel like they're starting to look a little better. Not much. Not much at all, just a little. F-Zero music, here we go. Who remembers F-Zero X for the Nintendo 64? Abs are probably a little excessive on this guy. Let's give him that little bit of that right there. Showing out his obliques. Remember, we weren't going for super ripped, but that's where we're headed. Those abs do look a little better. Not a ton. But a little. Let's make it bigger, not smaller. That's what she said. She did. I'm ashamed. I know the obliques are too big right now. It's okay. I'm gonna fix it. Hey. What happened? EMV. What? M. Must have been hitting N. Oops. Does he know the alphabet? No, he does not. Whoa, nope. Alright. I'm liking this whole section a little bit more than I was a second ago. Still not quite where I want it, but I don't know. I think it looks pretty good. I need to tweak those abs more still, but they're pretty much where I want them. That looks pretty good. What do you guys think? Does that look pretty much okay, kind of? Is it acceptably okay? Let's check the chat. I make a 3D modeling of Pacific Rim Kaiju. You know what? How about the next stream we do, it's not based on the action figure. How about we just make a new creature? You guys want to do that? Would that be fun? Start from scratch, just make a monster. You guys can have input and I'll just come up with whatever I come up with. That'd be fun. I'm for that. Ace wants to do a long stream. Joe wants to do it. Joe, welcome back, Joe. You haven't been around, man. Thanks for tuning in. Ghost Tab, you're always here. Thanks for showing up, man. You're in Florida on vacation and you're watching this. Good priorities, man. That's what I'm all about. It sounds like One Piece music. It's not, but you're right. It is awesome. Oh, so will this be a set line, as in will there be options for customization? No, man, it's like a regular line of figures, like the Four Horsemen's Mythic Legions. It's gonna be something like that, only not like Lord of the Rings. My idea, you guys tell me what you think. I'm obviously not set on this, and we're still at the very early stages, but my idea for the line of figures is futuristic because we need it to be in the future because this doesn't exist IRL. Like cybernetically enhanced to various degrees, ninjas and like tactical, like mercenary type characters. Like you have the ninjas versus these guys. Not necessarily versus, but there'd be like two factions. That's my idea, and I think I'd start off with probably the ninjas and just have different varying types of ninjas. With cybernetic enhancements and things, I don't know. Like we can mess around with it on here once we get the articulation broken up more. But that's like I want to go somewhere in that realm. Kind of think Soldier 76 and Genji meets Ghost in the Shell meets what's the game called that Strider Hiryu's from? Whatever. Is it just called Strider? I don't know. Like that's my combination. That's my idea, man. You guys let me know what you think. I love this stream. I already bought my figure, so my priorities are good. Right on. Roman, Vikings, and ninjas. Definitely not interested in doing like the period Vikings and stuff. Maybe ninjas. All right, let's check the Twitch. Almost called it Twitter again. I'm gonna have to stop doing that. Hey, Juan, we got a new person. What's dots? I don't know what dots means, Juan, but thanks for showing up, man. I appreciate it. Make sure you give it a sub. Is it a sub? Nah, that's YouTube. Give it a follow if you're on Twitch, because that's different. A sub is different on Twitch, and I don't have that option yet. Give me all your money. That all sounds awesome. Tony Bray, thanks for answering. Nobody else has really commented on it. I wish you guys would. How is my phone at 19% while it's plugged in? What the hell? It says it's charging, but it's at 19%. That doesn't make any sense. Alright, you guys let me know. You know what, I'll just check the chat on here. I don't need my phone. Stupid phone. Phones are for people. Alright, you guys can let me know what you think about that idea. Alright, what are you guys thinking about this anatomy? I'm not in love with it, but I'm starting to like it more. Getting the obliques in helped a little. They're not quite where I want them, though. This should help right here. You need to get that V that dudes get when they work out and have little body fat. I have that V also, but it's because I have too much body fat. I haven't worked out at all yet this year. I usually only do it this time of year because of the weather changing. But then I screwed my chest wall up, the muscles and tendons that are all within your ribs and stuff. Totally messed that up, so now I can't pick up anything heavy, or it hurts to breathe and can't work out. Totally blows. And secretly I like it because it means I don't have to work out. Alright, we're just going to use the trim dynamic to get some bulk shapes in. Trim dynamic is awesome. If you're somebody that's starting out in ZBrush and you're not sure, like, hey, how can I get these surfaces kind of flat? Or if I want to do some hard surface modeling without actually going in and doing hard surface modeling, trim dynamic is the bee's knees. Alright, let's do a quick one of these. And another one of these, because I don't trust this sheet. And let's get these abs. Oh, another tool which I haven't been using and I should be, is inflate. Inflate would be really helpful for getting these abs where I want them. I'm actually liking them. I'm liking them though. Bit. Keep some of that design in there. Unfortunately, the abs are a focal point for most people because they're all like, I wish I had though. Wish I had those abs, pecs, biceps. Well, for me, I notice all of it, but I think most people, they're like, the popular muscle groups are the ones that people are going to notice. So you need to get those in there. You guys want to use a different color for a while? Let's do that. You guys are probably bored of blue. Do some pink. Wow, it's really dark for you guys. My monitor that I'm drawing on has horrible color. Oh, I need them to send me a new one. Bad thing is, if I do end up going that cybernetic type of character route, most of the muscle groups on most of the characters on gonna be like armor plating and stuff. But I imagine I'm gonna have at least one character who is shirtless. So we'll be using this at least to some degree. You also have to remember, I have to do like the horsemen, the 4 horsemen guys did, and you're gonna have to have reusable parts for different characters. In fact, the line's gonna function probably a lot like the 4 horsemen's line, in that there's a lot of reuse. There just has to be, or it's impossible to do. I mean, even Hasbro does it, and they're, what, number 3 biggest toy company in the world? It might even be number 1 at this point, I don't know. I think that's... Well, I guess Lego's number 1, right? And then I'm pretty sure Hasbro is up there now. Or I mean Mattel. Starting to like the abs a lot more. What do you guys think? You generally have a lot less definition down here, if any. So we don't want that all right there. Too much. Too much. Maybe we should add another little one of these right here. I don't want inflate on. What am I doing with inflate on? Oh yeah, pretty good. I need to do one little bit more to the abs right here, and then we're gonna move on. This just doesn't look right. Still doesn't. Alright, I think that'll probably be good. Let's go back in and work on the boobies. The boobies! Let's check the chat skis. Alright. Joe says he's happy with these streams. Thanks, Joe, man. I'm glad. You keep telling yourself to not pay attention to dude's abs. I hear you. I hear you. I never did. Are you talking about the onler and are you talking about the shoulder hinge? I never put that in. I will be doing. There will be a female character. We actually need to start a female. Maybe after. So you guys don't need to see every single step. So maybe after this week, this episode right here, maybe on Saturday I'll stream too. I don't know if I'm going to do gaming or not. Maybe we'll do the female then. I don't know. Line of army builder figures. These are going to be kind of army builders. It's just like the Four Horsemen line. They're original characters, so they're going to fit into your other lines of figures as either army builders of ninjas or whatever, that kind of thing. So that's the general gist of it. With an unlicensed line, there's only so much you can do. The anatomy reminds me of Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's a good reference, I guess. I did make him a little bulkier than I'd planned. but it's definitely not as bulky as the Governor. I definitely can't do his accent. Okay, let's do some of these. No, BCT clay tubes. There it is. All right, for right here, I should probably turn on back face masking just in case. Okay, we want auto masking. Back face masking's pretty good unless you're using Move Tool or Snake Hook. I got that from a trusted source. She has a Twitch channel. It's A Cubed. Her name is Ashley, and she does this stuff: digital modeling, 3D modeling, and she's like a pro, so she's got lots of good stuff. I don't know how the whole hosting thing works here, but if I can, I'm gonna host her channel on my channel because give her some support because I like her work a bunch. Why is symmetry not on? Why? I know why it's not, but still displeased. Oh, I could just mirror it, huh? Sure could. Stupid me. Too late now. There we go. Still not symmetrical. Okay, so we're just gonna go ahead and mirror it. Too dumb. Alright, now we're cooking. Where's my reference at? Let's look at this one. Nope, that one sucks. Let's look at this one. Nope, that one sucks. Let's just go for the true anatomy. No, that one's totally stylized. I have the worst references right now. I need to bring up the ones I told you guys about earlier. There they are. Let's look at that. Alright, so these guys right here go all the way across. I don't want Damien Standard on. Alright, I know those muscles are a little weird right now. We're gonna come back. We're going a little bit stylized here with the no, I don't want to. I don't want to go stylized. I was going to try it, but the lats don't have those cutouts in them. Did we just run out of music again? No, we didn't. So for those of you that are using ZBrush out there and you're kind of curious, a lot of people won't use that kind of alpha. They'll leave it like this, and they'll do a lot of strokes like this, and it kind of gives them that muscle fiber look, which is perfectly, I mean, that's a great idea if you want to do that. And then they don't even smooth it out as much necessarily, but since we're not going for that totally shredded look, it doesn't really do me any good. It doesn't hurt though, and it does give you kind of a nice, it almost feels like you're working with real clay. So if you're into traditional sculpting, then that's definitely an option you might consider doing. There we go. That was looking a little bit weird. And I know they still are, but we're getting them better. Now it's all jaggy over here because I've moved around so much stuff, and it's not good topology. And I'm just going to leave it for now because I'm going to have to divide it later to add a lot more detail. I think it should be okay the way it is for now. Did the music end again? Do I have to keep doing this every time? Oh no, it didn't. Just a bad song. There we go. That's a good one. Alright, let's bring this back up and see how we're looking. It's not bad. What's the resolution on these? So the top is 888. The bottom is... Probably don't need it that high. 888, okay, that's good. Top is definitely more defined. I'm wondering if we should go ahead and cut the shoulders off. Do you guys want to do that now? Or do you guys not? You know what? Let's not do that yet. Let's finish this. This region right here is no bueno. I don't think I'm gonna end up having his butt area even close to looking like... That's why my strokes look so weird. I'm so bad at this right now. My focal shift was awful. I don't think his butt's going to be anywhere near visible in this capacity at all. But for now, we're going to make it look pretty good. You know, I hate to say it, but it's actually making him look weird, not having any junk. But I don't want to add the junk. Okay, so let's go ahead and get this. So we have this coming up already, that's good. And then it does come around from back here. And we have to put in, I cannot remember the name of this group right here. They're the ones that go right into the butt. Let's check the reference. So, is it on here? That reference is awful. I gotta delete that. It's totally wrong. Let's look at this one. Okay. Did not mean to do that. Check the reference. Reference helps. Okay, so those basically go right up into the lats. That's what I thought. But okay. They have a little bit of a separation down the middle, which is what I was thinking, but I wasn't sure quite how it actually looked. So there should be kind of like a, kind of think of a cord going down the middle with ropes going off into the lats. And we need to resculpt the lats. That's going to make everything look a lot better. Wait a minute. I think I just did that backwards. I'm starting to lose my mind. No, that's okay. That's good. Okay. And losing my mind. Not in the way I thought. All right. No, no, that is not what I wanted. Why is that happening? Why is that happening? This happened to me once other time, and I don't know why it is. Did it freeze? I don't know what's happening. I think it froze. It did. Freaking ZBrush. I don't think I saved recently. If I didn't save recently, I might just end the stream because I'm gonna cry. Okay, let's close this. Definitely don't want that on there. Is it back to working? I don't know what's going on with this right now. I think we might be in business. I think it freaked out. It did freak out. But yeah, my window's tiny. Do you guys see that? I wonder what causes that. So here's what I'm gonna do. I wonder if I should not sculpt the lats underneath. I think I have to. But then they're gonna double up. I don't know. Okay, so what I should do here... No, phone. I don't know what you're doing, phone. I don't know what to do because it's totally messed up right now, and ZBrush sucks. Control N is for redraw the subtool. Yeah, but what about the screen? DaVinci, why is it minimized like that? That can't be normal, right? Mr. Anime, I'm glad that this is working for you. I'm glad that it's helpful. Tiago Rosa is from Brazil and says hi. What's up, Tiago? Asian Gamer Bro, thanks for the support, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, DaVinci, let me know. Document actual size. Why would it do that, though? How do I get that back? Go to document. Is actual size on here? Is this a thing? Yeah, I'm in the document tab. I don't know what's happening. I don't know this kind of stuff. Is it because of this? Uh, auto fit window size. Yeah, do that. What the heck? Actual size, but I don't see that. Am I blind? I don't see actual size. Oh. Whew, you saved me. I'm blind and I don't listen well. Yes. You are the man. I'm glad you're here because otherwise you wouldn't be. This is looking way too cut up. He looks way too jacked, too ripped. You're the man, Da Vinci. Don't cut your ear off, though. Alright. So, let's also save one to the documents. You are the man. Okay, so Control N is redraw subtool. How do if I ever do Control N on accident like I just did, how do I get rid of that? Because that's happened to me before and then I end up with like 1,000 of my subtools and it doesn't help. Okay, here we go. Yeah, Van Gogh cut off his ear. You are correct. I was making a joke. I guess it wasn't funny. Mostly because it didn't make sense. I don't think I want to keep the lats underneath. You know what I mean? It looks wrong. Having double lats. I mean, I know we're gonna have to keep them some. To some extent, we're gonna need them there, but I don't know. I think maybe we, let's see. I think we leave it like that, maybe. And what I'll do is, on this guy, we will, we're gonna just cheat a little bit with the anatomy, and we're gonna leave it like that. I think that might be the way to go. You smooth it out as it goes down, it'll just kind of disappear. I mean, it'll be there, but it won't be as pronounced. Definitely need to smooth these guys out some. Way too defined. Alright, let's see if he answered my question. Control N clears the document. Ghost Task. When I grow up, I want to be just like you. By the way, I'm 33. Well, you're older than me then by a year and a couple of months. How long have I been working on this? Well, we've been streaming for... We're going on 4 hours tonight, and then it was 2 hours the other night. 6 hours, not counting when I originally drew this body out, when I sculpted this body out back in the day, back in the beginning, when I was just testing out the software. I made this body originally just to test it out and to figure out how to use it, and then I decided, what the heck, it's already here, I might as well use this body to make this. Go back to last stream, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, I think we're doing okay. This looks alright. I don't really like the obliques. Something weird about this right here. I think that's better. Trim dynamic for the win. Alright, now this is way too pronounced. This is like underneath everything else. So that has to get flattened out. Now we still need to do that Cyclops head, which I guess we're not going to get to tonight. I just saw something I don't like. Oops. Let's check the reference. So that goes more like this. And it inserts right there, I believe. Yeah, pretty much on the top of the shoulder. Most of that's going to end up gone. Once we cut it up for the articulation. Really, I should have more of this going on, but there's also supposed to be kind of a gap there, but since we're not going for perfect accuracy, this will be okay. And normally you wouldn't have this. This back of the deltoid is spends most of its time. It's mostly up above these guys over here, and then it just kind of comes out like this. Not even that far, probably. Well, I mean, it goes all the way around, but it would be more like up here. I guess that's about right. But I have his arms way exaggerated the way the shoulders are sticking out so far, just because I'm gonna be ecking them off for the articulation. These guys go right up into the neck, but since we don't have a neck, we're not going to worry about it. Go the whole distance, all the way. It's such a weird muscle group. They go all the way up, all the way down, all the way down, and then the fibers even turn like halfway through. Very strange muscle group. Probably too pronounced for somebody at this. We don't want them to be huge. Let's check the chat. Ace did a $10 super chat. You're the man. Does this cover the cost of the new tablet? Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna run over to Dollar Tree, be like, give me the best one you got. And they'll be like, we don't have any. Well, I get to keep the $10. That's awesome. Halo for PC does have rocket hogs and flamethrowers. You are right, Viper. And thanks for saying it's impressive. I'm glad. Yeah, Ghost Tab is technically right. If you guys are interested in doing something like a super chat where you donate a little bit of moolah, which is awesome and always very much appreciated, I mean, absolutely, I truly appreciate it. Patreon is technically a better option. If you're gonna donate, if you're gonna do it, don't take this the wrong way at all, but if you're going to do it, Patreon takes less of the money as opposed to YouTube, but I mean, totally up to you. If you want to actually get the super chat features, which is awesome, or are awesome, you get the big banner and everything, then go for it. That's totally up to you. Just commenting on that since Ghost Tab mentioned it, I figured I'd clarify a little bit. You're 30? I thought you were 38. You thought I was 38? You don't know people that are that age, I don't think, because I don't look like I'm 38. He's got too much of a... There's something weird going on, and I know what it is. We need to do this. I think that fixes it. Bring that collarbone down forward a little bit. Let me check some anatomy reference here. Okay, so what I want to do is have some fun. I think we're going to bring this guy in a little bit right here. Yeah, since he doesn't have a neck, that looks pretty weird. That'll probably help it from looking so weird. We're just going to cut it off. I think I know what's happening, why the chest is looking weird. It's sticking out here and not here, and it should be kind of... You don't have it pucker, you don't have it out in the middle. That little bit right there made a big difference. I don't know if you guys can tell, but for me, helped a lot. Yes, I like that much better. You support on there as well. Well, then you're awesome, Ace. You're the man. I don't recognize Ace though. I only know people's names on Patreon. I don't have. There's no username, so I can't recognize you. I apologize. What am I making? It's a T-Rex that transforms into a guy with no neck and no hands. No, it's gonna be an action figure. That's what it's gonna be. Okay, I don't know. I think I'm pretty okay with the anatomy. Well, I'm not. Take it back. I could do this forever though, so I don't know. I don't know what to do. Since I'm not gonna have a neck, I have to put these in here, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to hollow it out at some point and actually have an articulated neck. But in the meantime, I have to get it somewhere recognized. That isn't what I wanted. I have to get it somewhere recognizable. We're getting to that point where things are starting to get weird and I need to probably stop. Actually, that doesn't look too bad. Now we're back to having a giant chest again. He's not supposed to be that kind of a character. Especially since I need to cut that there, I can't really do much more. Well, I guess that's okay, I don't know. Now I may go in later and do something about these being perfectly symmetrical. Don't really want that since this is technically anatomy, even though it's not like a proper anatomy study or anything. Still is anatomy. So alright. The biceps are going to end up being smaller, I think. Shoulders are going to end up being kind of big so that we can fit the articulation in there. Oh, Aiden! Alright, man. Hey, thanks, man. Thanks for tuning in, too. Did I teach myself how to use the program? Yes, in addition to the various sources that are available on their, or resources that are available on their website, and like videos and streams and stuff of people that know what they're doing. What's the scale? This is gonna be 1/12 scale. 1/12 scale. Okay, dokie. Yeah, I'm not sure what else I can do with the torso. This is gonna look weird until we get a neck on there, so I can't really do much about that. I suppose I could hollow out the part where the neck goes so that it stops looking so weird. That could be a thing we do. Oh, I love this song. This isn't the one I thought it was. You know what I'd like to do, I think, is make this one bigger. That's what she said. These are actually going to go right up to the edge of the articulation, so they're going to end up having to change a little bit, most likely. We're going to be cutting out this whole area, really. Okay. So these striations really should go like this until they get up here, and then kind of go like that. Which I can't do properly since we don't have any neck. But we'll get them in there a little bit. Try to give this anatomy some feel of like actual skin. That's what you want to do. I don't know how well it'll come across on an actual figure. Probably not very well, but it won't hurt. Okay. So then for these guys also, we're going to just... And those actually go up into here. Does it go all the way up? It does. It goes all the way around. I thought you could control click and change subtools. What printer am I going to be using? I don't know. I'm not going to be printing it. Somebody else will. Some prototyping people or a 3D guy or something like that. Kabawaki! Thanks, man. Or woman, I appreciate it. I appreciate the support. It's not Legends articulation. This is much better articulation than Legends. Plus Mythic Legions equals Cyber Ninjas. I don't know. I guess kind of. Da Vinci, are you still out there, man? If you're out there, I got a question for you. If you're not out there, then I don't. Now, I could be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure that the deepest part, when it comes to like the peaks and valleys of the abs, should be in the very middle. I'm pretty sure that's where it pulls itself in the most. Could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. Alt click selects. Oh, Alt click. I was doing Control. Let's test it. He heard me and he came to help. Oh yeah, that's what I was trying to do. Thanks, man. Stuff, good stuff. The little things like that, I don't know how to teach myself that because I didn't even know that existed until I heard somebody mention it. So that's why you can end up not knowing things when you're teaching yourself because you don't know what to teach yourself. I think that's okay. I should go to the right tool. That would be smart. Oops. Now we are going to have to resculpt the shoulders a lot, but I want to go ahead and get some definition on them. Now the thing about shoulders is you can kind of get away with whatever you want, especially on an action figure. Because there are muscle groups pretty much everywhere, kind of in this pattern, throughout the entire thing. Now not quite like that, but a lot like that. Shoulders are kind of awesome, if you ask me. Now it's important to remember that this part of your shoulder, the little pointy part, comes slightly forward on the arm. It's a little forward of center. And that's because this muscle right here inserts behind it, and then in front down there. Now a lot of the shoulder is going to end up having to change. because if you remember, that articulation that I put in actually sticks out. So I'm just kind of making it look, giving it some kind of feel before I go ahead and cut it apart. It'll give me less work to do later. Makes it look a little bit more natural in the meantime. Oops. How does that sit? Let's look at this example. Okay. Now, there are, up here, we have those big muscles that go all the way up to the back of the neck, but there are underneath these guys right here, which go up to the ear, like behind the ear, cheek, or xiphoid process. I cannot remember what they're called right now, but these go all the way up to the ear. There's actually muscles underneath those that go up like this, and then these go on top. And I don't think... well, I'm just going to kind of put them there gesturally, and then once we do a neck thing, we'll figure out how that's going to work out. But that gives you a little bit more feel. Not really liking the way these are sitting. I guess that's okay. Be nice if I hit the right keys occasionally. Okay, I'm wondering if maybe we should call it there. I don't know. You don't want to do too much for too long in one sitting or you go crazy. And I didn't have far to go. Didn't have long to go. Can't even get my own jokes right. Stop, phone. Stop trying to answer me. Tony Bray looking hella good. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thoughts on player Kai articulation? What works? What doesn't work? What key articulation points are you, or do you want to achieve from any line? I'm basically putting it on this figure. You don't need fancy articulation to make it work. Basic can be just fine. And so what I'm doing here is going to be kind of a mix of a few different lines. Partly Play Arts Kai, partly Figma, partly Storm, some standard Marvel Legends type stuff, but basic articulation can work just fine if it's executed properly, and that's my goal here. Do I do drawings? I don't. What kind of neck joint? Well, I'm either gonna sculpt a neck onto it and just put a double ball peg on the head, or the neck's gonna have a ball peg at the bottom. I'm not sure. Death Dealers for the name of the figures. I don't know. I think that's probably copyrighted. Am I planning on printing out this bad boy? Asks Kabawaki from Twitch. Yeah, because this is gonna be a prototype for a line of figures, or at least one of them. No, it's gonna be an original character, Danny. Sorry, can't. It's not gonna be a licensed thing. It's gotta be original, or I can't do it because licenses cost too much money. I'm thinking this is pretty good at this point, and maybe we should call it there. We only did one piece of well, actually, kind of like two pieces. Nope, just one. I lied. It's really just this one piece. But that's okay. It's in there. There, you guys. You can see that. We have our double ball peg, and it all should move around fairly nicely underneath it. I'm pretty happy with the anatomy. I mean, I know it's slightly stylized, and it's going to be the case with any kind of action figure, but I'm liking it. What do you guys think? Really need to do more on the legs, but I want to at least get the upper part done. Yeah, I'm thinking what I'll do is I'll hollow out the neck area right here and put a ball peg in with a neck on top of it, but I'm also thinking about not doing that. The thing is, see, I need to sell these. I need you guys to buy them. You know, like the Four Horsemen did the Kickstarter for the Mythic Legions. It's going to be that kind of thing. So I need to keep the price point to something that is something people want to buy. So the fancier I make it, the more they cost. I don't know if there's a certain point where that becomes too expensive despite having really nice articulation and stuff. Not everybody's interested in something that's not licensed, especially if I can't even figure out, like, I don't know. I like my idea for like the ninjas versus some other type of character, or maybe just ninjas, different types of ninjas, maybe two rival factions of ninjas or something like that. I don't know. Like not super futuristic cyberpunk type ninjas. That's my idea. I don't know if people are interested in that kind of thing though. Maybe they don't sell at all, but my point is I need to figure out what price point people are interested in. If you guys are willing to pay $60, then I can crank out crazy articulation and detail. If you guys only want to pay $20, then I need to rein it in. All of that stuff matters. So I don't know. I don't mean you guys specifically, you that are here, but you guys in general. That's the thing. Da Vinci, I appreciate the help, man. Like I said, I just have almost no experience with the software, so I'm learning as I go. I mean, that's the only way to do it. I imagine even the people that are pro at it are learning as they go, because there's like a million ways to do everything. Workflows are totally different. Pipelines are different. So I like what you're doing. You're watching my stream. I watch other people's streams all the time. As many videos as I can, basically. Just trying to soak it all in. So anyway, I appreciate you being here and helping out. And everybody else for viewing. I appreciate that also. It's awesome. Am I planning on breaking symmetry toward the end for realism? Yes, to an extent. I don't know for sure if I want to do it 35 to 60. I'd buy them all day long. 40 to 60 easy. I like your guys' ideas. And then someone says $2. Well, if it's $2, then it ain't happening. Yeah, so I don't know about symmetry. See, here's the thing, like, I like realistic stuff, but I also like stylized stuff, and this is an action figure, and there's something about me, maybe it's my undiagnosed or self-diagnosed slight OCD. I like everything to be exactly the same on both sides. So I don't know, I might not. But here's the thing, like my plan anyway is at some point to do something like I said, the cyberpunk thing. Let me say first, like to have like body panels that are armored up and like cybernetic and that kind of thing. For instance, I don't know if there's a curve brush that does what I want to do here. Let's see. Where the hell is the regular curve? I'm not that familiar with the curve stuff. Where the heck is it? What am I looking for here? Is it... I'm gonna have to make my own. I don't see one that does what I want it to do. I'd like to make like, for instance, like the shoulder, since it's full of all those different muscles, I'd like to make a shoulder that looks like it's totally like cybernetic. You know, like lots of artificial muscle fibers or something like that. And then maybe like half the chest be that, or things like that. Like that's my idea, so that would automatically break symmetry. I wouldn't have to worry about it so much. I guess you could pretty much make anything into a curve. I'm gonna have to just make my own. I don't see one. What is this? Oh, subtools is N. Okay, I like that. Which button brings up... There it is. What is this? I don't know what this is, but maybe this is what I want. So is my, do I have the curve thing on? Is that in stroke or is that in brush? In stroke. Curve mode's on. That's definitely what I'm going for right there. Alright, so that means I can go the brush and we can do well, let's drop the depth down. I thought that was supposed to change the size. Why isn't it changing the size? Maybe if I draw it. I don't know. I have to learn how to use this tool. But if I did something with a bunch of things like this, obviously not like this, but a lot smaller and shaped like a shoulder for one of the arms. Things like that. I don't know. But, you know, cybernetic type stuff. Oops. Let's just get rid of you. Here we go. Boom, done. I'm great at this. I just made shoulder pads. It's done. It's a Cyber Ninja with shoulder pads of vacuum hoses. No, but you get my idea. Like, I could do stuff like that, and then that's going to be some of the interchangeable, reusable parts. Because a lot of the parts have to be reused across different figures, otherwise it's going to cost too much. But that kind of thing would provide, you know, a little bit more variety. That's the idea. $20 to $30 seems unlikely. Maybe 30. 20 seems unlikely, especially if you figure in shipping. Yeah, the neck is not a necessary piece of articulation if the head works well, so we'll see. What time is it for me? It's 11:40. How long am I going to stream? I don't know, I'm tempted to call it pretty soon here. I'd pay 60 bucks for a figure, but I'd probably only buy one or two. If they were around 30 or 40, I might buy a few more. Well, they'd definitely be staggered, and you'd be looking at probably only 5 figures per release. So that'd be like probably 2 batches a year, maybe 3, if I had to guess. So you $24.99 for standard or deluxe for 50. That's a big jump. Da Vinci says I'm kicking ass. Thanks. How am I going to print it? I'm going to have a prototyping company do it. They can do 3D printing of the individual parts, put together a prototype, then make molds and make the figures. Googled Cyberpunks, looks cool. Cyberpunk cowboys, similar to 3A figures. I could do ninjas and cowboys. But I'd have to, see, the thing is, I need to be able to reuse parts, so those are very different designs. So I'd have to do like a whole line of ninjas and a whole line of cowboys. I don't think that would work. So probably just go with ninjas. Yeah, shipping would definitely be less than $20 to $30. Definitely a lot less than that. Interchangeable gear across the entire line. Well, that's the thing, is ideally most of the parts, as you saw here, are going to be ball peg connections, which means it's easy to use them across different figures. So some figures would have one configuration, and then a lot of the same parts are going to be reused, but it may be in a different configuration. Things like that. So you might have, let's say, 10 figures, but only, I don't know, 5 different sets of parts, but they're interchanged differently and painted differently and have different accessories. So that would be the idea. But that also means you're able to interchange your parts on your own. Physically, not paint-wise. Obviously, the paint may not line up depending on what you're mixing and matching, but that's the idea. Yeah, there's an infinite amount of ideas as far as what you could do for the design. So I just have to come up with something that looks cool and is appealing to general public and see if it works. That's the idea. I don't know if it's going to actually have removable armor and things like that. I mean, there might be some, but the problem with the removable armor is that it has to connect somehow, so when you take it off, you end up with holes and things. I don't really like that idea. I want these to look kind of as seamless as possible, but we'll see how that works. Alright, maybe we should call it there, guys. I'm thinking we should. And then maybe next time we'll do the shoulders and neck, and then the main torso will be done. Oh, you know what I just noticed? The serratus muscles are sticking out farther than the lats. You don't want that. Alright, look at those little baby feet. You know what they say about a guy with baby feet? He falls over very easily. Remember, we don't want to have the lats super defined down here just because of that articulation. Oh, that's something that's making it look weird. I just realized. It'll look better later. Anyway, because this kind of just doesn't have any latch underneath it, really just kind of a little bit of a hint. I don't want this super defined all the way down to the edge. I want it to kind of fade off, which it does a little bit. I think that should be okay. Yeah, that's gonna look weird until there's a neck. There's just nothing to do about that. Okay, I think we're gonna call it there, guys. This is gonna get cut out. This guy's gonna seem a lot leaner once his arms aren't massive. Like his biceps are humongous right now. They're not gonna be that way. They're gonna get cut in a lot. Go ahead and do a little bit of it now, I guess. Actually, I probably better do it once I separate them from the body. Yeah, once I cut those off, I'll be able to do a little bit more, but they're going to be a lot narrower. It's going to make the whole figure look a lot trimmer. I think once we cut out this area right here, it's going to take out a lot of that meat, and I think that'll be okay. Alright, let's save it and be done for now. Alright guys, let's go ahead and run through the chat, and then we're gonna call it. That was way longer than I planned stream. It's incredibly cool to see the process that goes into making the things I enjoy, so thank you for streaming this. Thanks for watching. We have a lot more to come though, so make sure you stay tuned. We're going to be doing a lot of these videos. Cool weapons are always welcome. There will definitely be cool weapons. Please do more videos like this. I love it. Have a great night, depending on your time zone. Thank you. What's my Xbox One name? I have a lot of Xbox video game videos on my channel, so you can just check there. When do I plan on streaming again? I'm streaming Saturday, one way or another. I don't know if it's going to be sculpting or if it's going to be gaming, but that's what it is. Kabawaki says, just two little things that might be tweakable. The vastus medialis looks a touch too long, and the bottom border of the external obliques could fade into the flank fat pad or the lower back as it wraps around. Okay, first thing is the obliques. There's going to be a cut. I'll show you real quick. Because this is an action figure, there's going to be... this is going to be cut somewhere. Let's see if I can do this. There's going to be a cut somewhere around here. And, wow. Let's use one that's not huge. Gonna be a cut somewhere around here, kind of like this. So this is gonna be like a floating diaper with a ball peg up here, a peg, and then a ball peg here for the hips to connect to. So the obliques are sculpted funny because they're gonna get cut off anyway, so I don't care. This whole thing is gonna get, his whole butt area is gonna come off. Okay. And it's going to come around like this, roughly. Actually, this will probably come up a little bit farther down. Something like that. So the legs are going to be inside here. They're going to connect to here. And then this torso is going to come down like that. So that whole region's going to get redone anyway, so that doesn't matter at all. And the other thing you mentioned, I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know a lot of the names. I did at one point know the names, but I don't know them all anymore. So the medialis thing you said, I don't know what you're talking about. You're gonna have to clarify. The vastus medialis, I don't know what that is. Sorry, that's the one I don't know. I think I'm having a blood clot. I was just watching a stream last night where they were talking about that. Now my leg hurts really bad right at my thigh area, my knee. Abawaki, let me know about that muscle group you're talking about. I'm curious now. I don't want to Google it. I want to know now. I could have the armor clip around the body parts. You're right. There may be armor at some point. I don't know. We have to get the design down, but we'll see. I want to do the ninja thing personally. I hope you guys are interested in that as a group, because that would be the only way to do it, because if you guys don't buy it, then it won't work. Have I had previous knowledge of ZBrush before starting this figure? Only kind of, and I can show you. I've made a couple of heads and that's it. So I made this character, this figure right here, and then I also have done this. If it'll load. Should load. While we're waiting, let me check the Twitch. The inner teardrop shaped muscle of the quad. Oh yeah, I need to redo the quads completely. Don't worry about the quads. Quads are, I just blocked those in the other day. Didn't retouch them at all yet. But you're right, they are definitely weird. Them cheeks are hella sculpted. Are they the same figure as yours? Are you talking about my ass cheeks? Let's go with yes. Ninjas sound awesome. I would totally buy one. John, you're just tuning in. I'm talking about like a cyberpunk ninja with like cybernetic parts and shit. What do you think about that idea? Okay, and then let's see if it loaded. So I made this Deadpool head, which I'll actually be selling casts of once Deadpool 2 comes out soon-ish. I mean next year. I'll be doing it sooner than that, selling them sooner than that. So I made the Deadpool head, and then I also made... this was a trial head I made, this one right here. I made this when I very first got the software, at the same time I started this body that we've been working on. I mean, I started the body just to try it out, and then I brought it in for this project to actually use it. I made this head at the same time, so there's a lot of bad things about it, but as you can see, I was just kind of getting the idea of the software, trying out some, you know, like skin textures and stuff like that. Not textures like textures. Textures as in you can feel the physical bumps textures. So that's this guy. I can move it down a little bit. I didn't want to do any hair on him, because what the heck. So this was actually my very first thing. I did the head first, and then I did the body. And then it turns out that one of my upcoming commissions required a head that looked just like that, but with elf ears and a little bit of hair, like a buzz cut. So I modified it to what my customer wanted. I made him look a little bit less old and slightly changed the look. So this is actually going to get printed and used in a custom coming up soon. Anyway, so right after I made the Deadpool, I also made a couple of Wolverine. I made Wolverine and I made Logan head. So here's the Wolverine head. I just threw a little bit of color on there so that it looked like something. Kind of high poly, so it's going to take for... Still sounds awesome. Alright. Cybernetic ninjas. Because ninjas. It's always a solid answer. You are right, Kabawaki, for sure. Yeah, you're right about the quads for sure. I just haven't done them yet. Alright, so if Wolverine's gonna open... I forgot, there's like a... Look at that, 1900 undo steps. Is there a way to cancel opening a file? I forgot how long it takes. This is my crappy Wolverine right here. The first one I made, which sucked, so I totally redid it and turned it into this one. I think it froze. Because it's not counting down. So this was just part of the Deadpool head, actually. These are the teeth I used for Wolverine. I actually found somebody who had teeth, and then I just resculpted them all because I didn't like the way it looked at all. I found those teeth back when I very first started. Well, that's no good. I did break it. So I downloaded them. I'm like, hey, I can use those teeth later. And then I figure, what the heck? I'll just resculpt them now that I know what I'm doing. And I did. Let's bring ZBrush back up. I want to show you guys the Wolverine head because this is getting printed like it's getting molded and casted right now. And I'll be selling them right now. If I can get ZBrush to work. ZBrush is taking a shit. Well, I guess what we could do... Oh, here we go. Alright. If I can't get Wolverine to load, then we'll just call it there. I would like to show you guys the Wolverine head. Is there a way to just get rid of the undo history for something without having it already open? Because I would love to do that. Will I ever make characters from Marvel or DC? I know there's licensing issues, but all you would need to do is rename the figure. No, there's a little bit more to it than that. I mean, I'd love to make licensed stuff, but if I plan on selling them at all in any kind of volume, it needs to be licensed or I'm gonna get in trouble, and that's not good. So maybe down the road, if I end up being able to develop an actual company to make figures, then that'd be something I'd love to do, but it's not in the foreseeable future. Make a Captain America head. Maybe. Maybe. Might go that route. Next we're doing Cyclops though. Yeah, the undo history. Hey, look at that. Alright. There's my Wolverine head, which I've already gotten 3D printed and I already modified it so that the neck peg actually fits the current Marvel Legends Wolverine figure. And so he's making the molds and casts as we speak, and then he'll be sending me the casts sometime next week so I can do video saying, hey guys, these are available for sale, buy them now, pre-order, and then I order more casts and paint them and sell them, and bam. I am pretty proud of this Wolverine head. I like it a whole lot. I could probably do better now, but since it was an early project for me, barely. And then here's Logan. Kind of a cartoon style Logan head. I didn't want to do a movie one. I didn't want to do a realistic one. So this is like a slightly realistic version of the 90s cartoon Logan. A little bit of stylization. If it'll open. But this is it then. That's all the projects I've done. So there's Logan. This is also going to be available just like the Wolverine head. Oh, I did do one other thing. I made an iris just for shits and giggles one day in case I ever wanted to throw it in an eyeball model. But since I don't have Substance Painter, I can't really do clear stuff, so I can't really do eyeballs. But I figured it couldn't hurt to have an iris on hand. Gosh, can I zoom in? I figured it wouldn't hurt to have a sculpted iris on hand, and I'm pretty happy with how that sculpt turned out. So if I ever need one, I can, oh my gosh, I'm not using my, I'm using my touchpad on my laptop and I'm screwing it up. But yeah, if I ever need an iris, I've got that. I just need to cut out this hole right here and slap this sucker inside of an eyeball. And then we're good to go. I actually really like that iris. I forgot how it looked. Definitely could be cleaner, but it'll definitely do also. It's only going to be tiny. You know, when I ever do use it, it's going to be small because it's going to be an eyeball. But yeah, that's it. Those are all of the things I've ever made. So I don't have... did you miss how much I'm charging for the heads? I don't have prices for absolute sure right now, but I'm thinking it's going to be like 15 plus shipping for unpainted and maybe like 55 plus shipping painted. Something like that. I'm not sure exactly. The Wolverine is killer. Thanks a lot. Hasbro needs to hire you. I wouldn't mind. That'd be awesome. How many will I make? As far as how many I make, it really depends on how many you guys order. I have to make them in certain amount of batches, kind of, because you can only get so many per mold. So like if I need to make 31, that might not work, because he can only do like 25 to 30 per mold. But if he needs to do like 75, if I need 75 heads, then I'll just go ahead and make 3 molds, and then that'll be fine. I'll be able to eat the extra cost. Thanks, Kabawaki. I'm glad you think the iris looks cool. Alright guys, we're going to call it there. I would love to stay in chat, but I have other things to do, believe it or not, even though it's midnight, and I've been here for 5 hours now. So we're going to probably do this again on Saturday instead of streaming the games. This definitely gets more views and it gets work done, and it's awesome, and I'm learning as I go. So we're probably going to do this again. So we're going to call it there. Thanks a lot for tuning in. Make sure you subscribe on YouTube. Give the video a thumbs up if you liked it, or even if you didn't, please give it a thumbs up anyway. It does help out a whole bunch. The subscription helps out a whole bunch. Turn on notifications if you are subscribed. That way you actually see when I'm publishing videos or when I'm going live. And then if you're on Twitch, if you even have a Twitch account but don't use it, please go follow my Twitch channel. Because once you get enough followers and enough view time and enough that kind of thing, you can get the affiliate program. You can get that, and then even move on to partner, and I need to do that at some point. So I know it's early and there's no viewers yet, but if you're there, please do those things. It would help me out a whole bunch. So we're going to call it there, guys. Thanks a lot. I really do appreciate it for the help, especially from Kabawaki and Da Vinci, and maybe I think other people might have helped too. Anyway, all of it. It's awesome. So thanks a lot, guys. I really do appreciate it, and I will see you guys. Oh, I forgot to do this. Bam. There's my stream schedule, by the way. Alright guys, so there it is. Thanks a lot again, and I'll see you guys on Saturday at 8 if you're interested in stopping by. If not, then you can watch it later. Alright, see ya.